So if we're looking at mechanics, multiply is nothing like raw in terms of biomechanics.
Yeah.
So it's a very different feel. I explain it like balancing on a tightrope. So I'm standing with this exaggeratedly wide stance that's already difficult to balance, right? With a heavy weight that if I get one way or the other, I'm going to lose. Not every pain and ache we have is a true injury. Like not everything is a small tear or a small fracture or anything like that, but that doesn't mean that it can't be, it can't have a large impact on how you perform.
What's going on, guys? We are back with another episode of Table Talk. Today, my guest is Daniel Tinajero. See, look, I made it. I wrote your name. I wrote it even.
Excellent.
Look at how I wrote it.
Very fitting.
That way I could get it close, at least closer than what you told me, because one of them was funnier than hell. Daniel is a four-time Olympia champion, competed in multiply, single ply, raw. I had to kind of come up with what your coaching is, because it's not a strength coach, it's not a powerlifting coach. So I'm just calling it a strength and movement coach. Seems to fit more along the lines of what you do.
I'd say that sounds accurate, yeah.
The one thing I want to compliment you on beforehand is when I was going through content to be able to build my notes for this, I heard you say, sometimes in order to productively move forward, you don't always need to know what went wrong. You just need to know how to do the thing right. And that's probably one of the best quotes I've ever heard, not just for training, but for life and everything else. And with it, I'll just jump into this. This was when you were talking about your comeback from the knee, and I don't know, I think it was 2021, right? Your opener was 950. You missed the grand, and you don't know exactly why you missed the grand. And then when you were talking to, I think it was a Stay Hated podcast, when you're talking to him about that, that's when you made that statement. And then you went back and basically smoked the grand after missing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's happened to me a lot of times over the years, and it's kind of tough to describe, but basically, if you put enough time into it to where something's autopilot, you've done something thousands and thousands of times, that doesn't mean that you can't make a mistake. However, it does mean you can probably rely on your instincts. So even though I didn't know exactly what I did wrong or where it went wrong, I trusted that I know how to squat and I'm capable of doing the weight. So, it more or less, that's a coping mechanism for me to throw all doubt out the window and go and take this next attempt as if I hadn't missed just before.
Yes. As we go through the podcast, that quote will become more and more significant to the people who are listening to what we're going to talk about as far as the movements and what you're supposed to do under a barbell, things you should pay attention to under a barbell, what you should feel under a barbell. Somewhere else in one of these conversations I listened to you were talking about, having some of your clients actually lift, not blindfolded, but with their eyes closed, just to go 100% on feel, which kind of all still ties into this, because this is a deeper quote than it is just at that surface level. Knowing how to do the thing right, a lot of things play into that, which kind of is going through your path from the start to where you are now. But I have one question I got to throw out to you, because I had some people I reached out to that gave me questions to be able to ask you. Super. And the first one is, how many times have you taken a bottle of bourbon into a Chinese restaurant?
I mean, it's less than 5. There's been a couple. 3 to 4. 3 to 4
times. And then same person let me know that you were a really good bowler, but that also usually includes whiskey with it as well.
It's an essential part of the warm-up. Yeah, I mean, it's no different than playing pool. A drink or two helps loosen the joints.
Yeah. But, so the Chinese, now, what goes with this Chinese buffet story? I mean, there's a reason why that was the first thing that got texted to me from this person.
I mean, I don't know why that was the first one, but yeah, I was helping coach one of my guys at a meet, and we went out for dinner afterwards. I don't remember when whiskey and deadlifts became popular, but just because I'm not the one deadlifting doesn't mean that there's not whiskey involved. So, I had some bottle of honey, probably American honey or something like that, and it just made its way from the meet to the restaurant with us. I didn't want to leave it out in the car, so I just brought it in, and while we waited on our meal, we all just kind of took shots under the table until it was gone.
When your journey, I guess, for a lack of a better word to be able to put it, with training started when you were in 8th grade, right? So it was for baseball or whatever it was. So we're going to skip past that. So the point when you started to get serious about training was around what time?
It hit almost right away. So like I took that first, whatever class in 8th grade, whatever they call it, like life management skills or something.
Yeah.
And you got, I think it was 4 weeks in the gym. I fell in love with the field of training then. Sometime in the freshman year, I was just awaiting baseball season to come around because I really wanted to try out and play baseball. Growing up, I had never stayed in the same area long enough to really play any sports. So it was very important to me. Being such a small kid, I was like, all right, these athletes are monsters. I need to put some size on. So I took a weightlifting course. I think baseball season started the next semester. So when I took that weightlifting course in 9th grade, the coach coerced me into coming out and competing for the team because he didn't have enough lifters to fill out all 10 classes. Well, I had never cleaned and jerked before. He taught me at the meet and ended up going all right, and I took first place. I honestly don't remember if there's anyone in my class, so I don't want to be like, I was just an all-star out of the gate, but that really enticed me, like, maybe I could be good at this, even though that wasn't the intent. I didn't know anything at all about weightlifting. I just liked training, but I liked being competitive. I'm just a natural competitor, regardless of what it is, whether it's bowling or drinking whiskey or lifting. I've just always been super competitive. So I took it very serious, right away, pretty much freshman year. There was some point, I can't remember if you asked this question or if I just read it in like a post you made or something about like when that flip or when that switch flipped for each person as an individual. It was after a meet that we had at home one time, and I can't remember. I'm pretty sure we won because we had a successful weightlifting team. But the coach, he just said something along the lines of being all in, and it was just that moment where like I got goosebumps, and I was just like, fuck, man, like this is my thing. This is the thing I'm gonna follow, and this is what I'm gonna throw myself into. And I just never looked back. So that was 2000. No. Yeah, I'd say right around 2000.
So still in high school?
Yeah, freshman year.
So freshman year of high school, was that the same time when you decided to stop all other sports and just basically just academics and the training?
Yeah, so I didn't end up going out for the baseball team. I also had interest in wrestling and football both because I was a little roughhousing kid. I liked running and hitting things. But my friends that were dual athletes, they all said, if you want to be really good at this, don't do the multi-athlete thing. You're going to get injured, and it's going to hold you back. So the only other thing I did outside of those sports, or my interest in those sports, was BMX. Fortunately, that wasn't a super hard decision because I wasn't great at it. I landed on my face a lot, and I feel like that's where a lot of my neck issues came from. But I just enjoyed the thrill of like flying through the air. Is super exhilarating. Coming back down was not so exhilarating. So it wasn't too hard to give that up. And I just full-fledged weightlifting all 4 years.
Why were you moving around a lot before this time?
I didn't have the greatest upbringing. My parents were uneducated and just very low income family. So my stepdad just every single year would find an excuse to move. It's too hot here. It's too cold here. There's no money here. Just stuff. He was a very anxious individual, very uncomfortable. So we ended up moving every single year. We moved at least once. 2 of the years we moved twice in the same year. So that was like from third grade. That was from 3rd grade until 8th. And then once high school rolled around, I told my mom, I said, I'm not moving. I was dating the girl across the street. I said, I'll move in with her. I've already talked to her parents. They said it wasn't a problem. You guys can go wherever you want to go. I'm not going. So thankfully, my mom finally put her foot down, and we stayed there for my 4 years of high school.
That leads into another story I had sent to me that kind of explains why this is here, where if you go out to eat with you, and there's leftovers, you're taking everybody's leftovers.
I mean, if they're offered, yeah, absolutely. It hurts my soul to see food wasted, man. Like I said, the rough upbringing, it's not like I was ever starved or anything, but it's just, I don't like things going to waste, especially if it's like something I enjoy. So food and caffeine, I'll always take the last bits of.
When did you, your grades, how did you get into college? Obviously the grades were good because you were focusing there. So when you decided to go to college, why engineering?
Initially it was pre-med. I wanted to be a surgeon.
Okay.
I thought I wanted to be a surgeon. So again, addressing the upbringing, I saw kind of what my parents went through, how stressful it was, and I decided that was not going to be it for me. So I got to get my shit together, and I got to focus. Once I started high school, like I had straight A's almost all 4 years. I got 1 B. Yeah, just one. And obviously that was good enough to get me some scholarships and stuff to go to UCF, which was the local, Central Florida college. And just the pre-med thing came up, as a little kid, you're just like, what kind of car do you want when you grow up? Oh, well, what's the fastest one? Well, what job do you want? Which one pays the most or looks the coolest or, whatever. So I just knew like being a doctor, there would be a pretty good potential for income there. Obviously I didn't know anything about anything else other than like, my mom worked in the deli and my stepdad was a painter. So
yeah.
I just didn't have a lot of experience. I didn't have the knowledge to really form a good opinion. And honestly, not a lot of kids that age do, unless their parents are super involved in helping plan for their future, which I obviously didn't have that.
Yeah.
So starting pre-med, I went 2 years and I got, into that program, and I just really didn't like the feel of the courses was not grasping my attention. It wasn't firing up any kind of passion whatsoever. And just trying to study through that material was sign enough for me, like that it just wasn't my path. So shortly after, I had a training partner who was a civil engineer. And being that I was naturally, I guess for simplicity, I was naturally good at math and physics. So engineering being the most applicable route, unless I want to be like a math teacher or something, which I don't want to work with kids. I started down that route, and civil is just fucking boring, like the driest material you've ever tried to study. So I got one year into that. I think it was 2 semesters, and then I was just like, fuck, man, like this is not going well. My grades weren't bad, they just weren't good, and that to me that was indicative of how much attention I could pay in this area of study. So if my grades were slacking, it was because I was just not well suited for this. On the other hand, there was a lot of stuff going on outside normal college activities, too much drinking, partying, stuff like that. Ended up getting into some trouble. I got a DUI in 2018, so I had to take, I want to say, around 2 years off. This whole time I'm still training, still working, but I took 2 years off of school so that I could pay my way through everything and get out of that whole mess. And that was pretty tough to get through, particularly being on my own, and lost my scholarships and stuff like that. So once I got back into it, I had actually a training partner who kind of fired me up, and I don't think it was supposed to be as productive as it was, but, they said like some offhand remark like, oh, you're not going to go back. Fuck you, watch me. Watch me. So I enrolled in the engineering program for electrical because I had a close friend that I used to actually tutor. He was 2 years behind me in school. So when I first moved out and I was in college, he would come over to my place. I would drink and tutor him doing calculus on my wall. I had a like 14 by 4 foot whiteboard on my wall. I lived in a trailer.
Yeah.
So it was basically the entire wall. And we would just do math problems all night. Anyway, he's still one of my best friends to this day. Without him, I honestly probably wouldn't have made it through the program. The program is fucking tough. But he was the hard worker and I was the brains. And then together, like, we just made a really good team. So
where did the drive for the academics come from at the early age?
Didn't want to be poor.
Yeah.
Didn't want to be poor. Didn't want to waste the potential. It's no different than, like athletics. Like, I could have done something comfy and lived a comfy life and been healthy and not hurting, but why waste what you're given? It's our job to make the most of it.
When did that pivot happen? Or was it always that way from the start?
Pretty early on. Like I said, since we moved a lot, I didn't have a whole lot going on outside of school. So like my entire life was school, and then I would come home and, watch my shows or play with whatever toys, whatever. But I knew early on, like, I need to excel at this to be something later on. So I can remember in, like, I think by second grade, I felt the importance to be smarter than I was. I felt the importance to have more knowledge. Not just smart, but have more knowledge to find your way out of bad situations or be able to solve problems and stuff like that. So I think third grade, I was on, like, the mathletes team. So I did like little math competitions in school, and fourth and fifth grade are a little blurry. Those were the 2 years we moved twice, so I don't remember a whole lot back then. But early on, like, I just had a very big focus on maintaining the highest GPA that I could, because even then I knew like getting scholarships and going to college wasn't easy for someone in my shoes. So I had to look very good on paper. So
then so the weightlifting is going on when you're in high school. Then when you go to college, now you're not training at the high school obviously anymore, or were you training at the high school at all during the time you were in high school?
Yeah. So when I was still at high school, I almost exclusively trained at the gym at school.
So when you go to college, where did you go then?
Shortly before graduation, I linked up with some of the guys from Orlando Barbell, and that's where my powerlifting roots started. Being I think it was like less than 10 minutes away from UCF. So, and as far as powerlifting gyms go at that time, I mean, how it was powerlifting back in 2005. It wasn't really a thing, especially in Florida. So, or at least in Orlando. So that was naturally the only gym that was realistically an option. So.
And who were you training with at that time?
I will always give, not all credit, but my good friend John Land is the one that talked me into pursuing powerlifting after high school. After high school, I kind of was at the fork where I can either pursue Olympic weightlifting or I can pursue powerlifting. I knew no one in Olympic weightlifting. I know a handful of guys in powerlifting, and they were assholes, but they're good dudes. So I got drawn over into that with Brian Schwab obviously being the owner, and I know you know Brian well. Brian Tincher, also an excellent lifter, and it really inspired me that these guys were not giants, but they were lifting giant weight. So that goes back to kind of what we were talking about shortly before this, where it was eye-opening to me that you don't have to be so big to lift so big. So those handful of guys that I started with, really, John Land was a 165, Schwab, 148, 165, and Brian Tincher at his biggest. I think he did a couple meets 198, but for the most part he was 181. So like it was a very lightweight dominant gym. We had a couple big guys, but for the most part, like the big names were smaller guys.
Right. And then Where were you competing at that time? What federation would it have been in? Was it APF or was it? God, I don't even know. It would be because there's so many. You know what I'm saying? It expands and contracts and expands and contracts.
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, at that point, almost all of us were like solely APF. I know a couple guys that did the smaller, like APA and different things like that, but those were very low budget, terrible productions. So primarily APF.
At that time, was the WPO at the Arnold, or was that not a thing yet?
Yeah, I do remember seeing some of the videos, and I think Schwab, went to a few of them. So I want to say yeah.
Yeah. Well, what I'm wondering is, in the environment that you're in, you got guys that are competing at national, world level, and the WPO or whatever it is. So the natural instinct is going to want to, compete where they're competing.
Absolutely.
To be able to go to that spot because it's right in front of you. Like, if they can do it, why can't you do it? And I don't know what time, because the worlds were like the biggest thing for the real long time. And then the WPO came and it became like this weird thing. Like, do you do the worlds or you do the WPO? Which one really matters more? And then the WPO kind of faded away. And then it became like the Pro-Am. And you came in during that Pro-Am period is when you really started to come up. Is that right?
When I started gaining more momentum, yeah.
More momentum. Yeah. So you were competing before that. So competing with the goal, competing to want to be in the biggest show, which would have probably been, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Was that the WPO or the Worlds at the time?
The way that I saw it?
Yeah, how you saw it.
On a non-pro level, seniors was the big show.
Yeah.
I went to Worlds a couple times. It was a fucking shit show.
Yeah.
I'll never do Worlds again.
But you don't know that till you go once.
Yeah, at least. I learned the hard way, so I learned a few times. But seniors was like the big non-pro, and then obviously WPO being on the pro level. That was the number one long-term goal that I made.
All right. So when that momentum started clicking away, and we'll just say seniors to seniors to seniors, how are you training at that time?
I'm just going to make a general assumption here. Probably the way most everyone who wasn't at Westside thought Conjugate was ran.
Yeah.
So it was just kind of like the Wild Wild West, weekly pissing contest to see who could do the most impressive, whatever. I was 18, man. I could recover from anything. Yeah. And especially like I would go out party and then come in and we had heavy bench day and I would have great bench days. And then Sunday would roll around. I would be recovered, have great squat Sundays. And it was just like, I didn't realize how detrimental those things were or how I was training at that time because I could get away with it. Mm-hmm. So it was, I don't want to say it was reckless, but it was way too intense too often.
Did you start to figure out I call it auto-regulating training. Did you start to figure that out before 2018 or did it take 2018 for that to happen?
That's kind of the bittersweet part. Around 2015 is when I got very big into the like biomechanics and assessments and proper movement patterns and stuff like that. Auto-regulating the training, probably a bit before that. So, I wasn't so reckless. Let me see. 2012, I think, is when I did seniors. Probably by like 2014, I was definitely scaled back quite a bit on the intensity and stuff like that, for sure.
And why did you do that at the time?
I think I started getting dinged up. Even though I was still relatively young, but I had already been competing for 14 years. So within reason, it doesn't matter how young you are. You beat a stick hard enough, it'll break eventually, right?
Expand on what you mean by dinged up, because I know what you mean, but people who listen to this may not know.
All right, so not every pain and ache we have is a true injury. Yeah. Like not everything is a small tear or a small fracture or anything like that. But that doesn't mean that it can't be, it can't have a large impact on how you perform. So like if I can come into the gym and still hit the training that I wanted, but feel like dog shit the rest of the time, the rest of the week, or, you know, the entire training cycle. Like, those to me were indicators like I'm not doing this correctly. I'm still getting stronger and I'm still performing well, especially on the platform where it matters, but there's a better way. I just don't know it yet.
Yeah. So it's because I've heard you speak in other podcasts about, you know, it's, you know, others around saying that it's part of the game, right? Which is a rant that you like to go down because it's not actually part of the game. But it kind of needs to be defined, you know, when that dinged up, like that's not like muscle soreness from the training.
Yeah.
You know, it's things that are out of the ordinary that don't go away or they never completely go. It's like a wave.
Yeah.
Right. And then over a period of time, the wave just gets bigger and bigger, right? Where to some degree you can say that wave part is kind of part of it, but also knowing how to smooth the wave is the other part of it that I don't believe has been talked about enough. And I believe is one of the skills that you have now is actually bringing that more to the forefront in such a way that doing it while still being and pursuing absolute strength development. Because the way it would be discussed before was you need to remove all the other shit. You know exactly what I'm talking about because you've navigated that whole scene to be able to see that. And so, but before that even happened though, and one of the things I try to push out over and over again is there's a point where you have to start listening to your body to figure out how to regulate your own training. You're doing it at a whole different level now, which we'll get into. But back then it's just the level of, you know, this isn't the day to push hard. And then you got to mentally figure out, am I a puss or am I not? You know, and that's a whole complex, you know, thing there. But a lot of people never even get to questioning that. They just assume, no, it's always supposed to be hard and they're just going to push it super hard until they end up going backwards. When the WPO used to be here in Columbus and Brian and all these guys were in that, the one thing I used to try to tell all of them in like a court or whatever, listen, is the strongest guy isn't the one who wins. The one that goes in the healthiest is the one that wins every single time. And I think some got it, but most never did.
Yeah. And
you could tell, you know, like they're like limping in, like, oh, yeah, all right, yeah, he's fucked, you know, and kind of go that route. So you figured that first big chunk out before the other before the knee blew off, right?
Yeah.
You were mitigating the knee for years beforehand.
Yeah, I mean so this one comment I wanted to make about that as far as like the peaks and valleys of the pain and everything like that. Yes, muscle soreness is always going to be there. Probably some residual stiffness, maybe some inflammation of the connective tissue and stuff like that. But if it's something that cycle after cycle after cycle doesn't get any better, to me, that's when it's a bad sign. Like this is a problem that needs to be addressed. You know, if it gets worse in the midst of your heavy training and then gets better, and we're like you were saying with the wave pattern, as long as it's not so bad that it's affecting my quality of life, to me that's okay. I'll work through that. But yeah, with the knee, it had been a solid 10 years of like bad knee pain. Like I remember sessions where I would be squatting. This was at CTX over in Orlando. In between sets, I would have to floss band my knee just to be able to do the next set. And then I would do it again after every single set. You know, it's like looking back, giant red flag.
Oh yeah.
I should have known,
Yeah.
But you know, asking the bigger names, you know, well, this is part of the game, and this is just how it goes, and you know, so I'm like, all right, well, I mean, I'm able to work through it. I'm still hitting PRs, and it sucks a lot. It's bad pain. I can't walk right after 2 days. You know, by the third day, maybe I'm starting to normalize. I just didn't know. You know, the information that's out there now wasn't. The social media wasn't what it is now. There was just no pain, no gain mentality, you know, was finally starting to fade away. But at that point, that's kind of what we were all taught in the beginning, right?
Yeah.
So that's back there somewhere, that's still part of what we're, ingrained to believe, and that's how we operate.
My brain's kind of like spinning, like one of them tops that spin really, really fast and won't stop, because I'm trying to figure out, because I've been around this shit for forever, since like 82, that if you have to floss your knees between every set to be able to do the next set, I have a hard time of trying to, and don't mention trying to think of who in the fucking right mind is going to say that that's normal, because it's not.
I mean, I don't know that I gave them that specific example,
Yeah.
but I did try to stress, like, this is, like, super.
Yeah.
This isn't, and I don't want to say I have a high pain tolerance, but I'm highly acclimated to dealing with pain. It's not like I was new. It's not like I had some trauma to it. Like, this was long-term building up chronic issues, compounding over the years. But yeah, that was, I'm still not very happy about that conversation.
Yeah. Well, one interesting thing that you said that I'm going to circle back to later as well is that if it's this come and go type of thing, you got to train through that. But what resonated with what you were saying is, I know some lifters that every meet that they're training for, right about that 6-week out point, it's always the same thing. This is what you're saying can be mitigated and should be mitigated, because that's not this in and out type of thing. This is now a reoccurring thing that happens at the same point around, the same point, the same block, I guess you could say, of every meet training cycle, which has got to be indicative of a bigger issue that's not being taken care of during the off season or other time periods of the year. Those are the ones that are more important than the others. Right. It's hard to build a hierarchy, right? Because you never really know with that.
Yeah.
When you, it was, I also cracked up when you said the patella, not tendon, but the patella ligament, right? Because that's something that's always kind of bothered me a little bit, because I don't quite understand.
I've slightly stepped back away from that rant a little bit, because I did see a diagram where it was trying to more or less say it was a continuation of the quad tendon. I'm like, whatever. I'll choose another battle.
Yeah. So that blows on in 2018.
Yep.
Okay. So at that point, what's the first thing that's going through your mind after you're off? It was in the gym, right? So usually something big like that happens. The first thing that's going to come to a lifter's head is, how long is this going to take? Or, I'm done, so you're at that point, like 14, 15 years in,
18
years in.
Well, of competitive
lifting. So yeah, like 2 decades in. What was going through your head at that time? Was there a big part that this is probably it? Or are you thinking, no, I got to figure this out?
Never a doubt that I would come back.
Yeah.
It was super unfortunate timing, because that was the year WPO came back, and that was my year. I waited 18 fucking years, and then it was snatched away from me.
Yeah.
So it was very tough to swallow. Like I said, I'm not a super emotional person, so I feel like that helped a lot. That helped me keep my head in check and not, take it out on everyone around me. So I kind of dumped myself into my training and my rehab stuff. And I don't want to say worked quietly, because I posted about it, but I just focused on goals. I leaned out, I increased my bench press. I just focused on my controllables and keeping moving forward. But yeah, of course, with WPO coming in October, and I blew my knee out in July. It was the week before my birthday. So, can I heal up in 3 months and go to WPO?
Yeah.
Obviously not. It took much longer than that. But that was the first thought, was like, I wonder if I can just take a token squat at WPO.
Yeah.
And then still bench and deadlift, which isn't a thing, but that's just,
Yeah. No. At
the moment, that was the most important thing in my world. So
it is. It's like I said, normally it's, from what I've seen, it's how long is this going to take? You know, what's the next step? And how far out is the meet? You know, processing and all that kind of crap. Like, can I get this fixed before the meet? And they're like, well, probably not. And then what can you salvage? Then there's that. And then there's, how long did you have to wait for the surgery?
It was only a week. I actually got my surgery on my birthday.
Yeah.
And I mean, I've had comments like, oh, you know, that's a shitty way to spend your birthday. That was the best gift I got.
Yeah.
You know, I got a second chance. So I wasn't upset about it. I don't remember a whole lot about that day other than being nauseous from the pain meds and stuff like that. But 1 week after I got the surgery, and then it was an extended long road after that.
I think that period, following your story, that period after the surgery fired you up. That's probably not the right word for yourself, but pushed you harder into trying to figure out this movement thing, because your rehab, if you want to call it that, for the first couple months was kind of fucked up. And thinking back now, do you have any idea why they made the decisions that they made? Critically thinking, you know what I'm saying? Because everybody can say, oh, that stupid fucking idiot did this. But critically thinking,
Yeah.
is there anything that can piece together why they would tell you not to train for 10 weeks?
I'm still going to start with this stupid fucking idiot. I think it was ego, honestly. I think he didn't want a bad mark on his record. He didn't want a re-rupture, which I understand. Like, best interest is the patient. But your fucking patient's an athlete. He needs full functionality of his knee after this recovery. You don't make them wait 10 and a half weeks. Like, I feel like that's still why I can't fully bend that left knee. So all the literature and all the people that I know that have been through similar surgeries or the same, like, the longest I can recall off the top of my head was someone was made to wait 3 weeks.
That's the longest for sure.
Usually it's week 1, week 2.
Yeah.
So I don't have a great answer. You know, at that point, I didn't have sensation in the quad. So even with a stem unit, I couldn't get it fired up. So I felt like I was already fighting enough fucking demons in my head. It wasn't worth fighting with the surgeon any more than I did. And I did push back, but, you know, he wasn't going to budge on it. And he said even his physical therapist within his office, he didn't trust to not push me too hard to re-rupture. So I don't know, maybe he knows something I didn't know about my particular case. I do think just in general, the shape that my body was in made mine a lot more sensitive. Because like I said, I know these other guys, 4 weeks, they were back to 90 degrees. You know, and it took me, I want to say it was over 4 months, 16 plus weeks to get to 90.
The lack of the sensation's a weird thing for me.
I was convinced this guy like severed something it wasn't supposed to. I'm like plotting out his death. Like, This guy fucked me. Obviously he did a good job with the repair. I just think the rehab process could have been more wisely drawn out.
So there's multiple facets of that rehab process when it happens under the weights and when it happens to, you know, lifters in this sport. There's the physical side, then there's the psychological side, which the psychological side, just through the only shit that I've been through, just needs to be embraced. The physical side needs to be figured out. Have you kind of found that same thing?
Yeah, I would say that's a pretty accurate way to put it. Yeah.
Because people would ask me when do you get over it? And I'm like, well, you don't.
No, you don't. Yeah. When do you forget that trauma? You don't.
Yeah. Were there any things that helped? The mental side.
I think just like I said before, when I hard focus on something, it's easy to push everything else out, and that's probably why I like training so much, because, you know, I'll have these guys or girls where, I lost focus during this set, so I messed up this rep. I'm like, what do you mean you lost focus? You couldn't. like 3 reps or 2 reps. You couldn't keep focus. I'm in the gym for 4 hours. I didn't think about a single other thing outside of the weight I was touching in that moment. So like I have a very good ability to block everything else out when I'm hyper focused on something. So before a lift, of course I remember it. During the lift, yeah, I remember it. But I'm just focused on doing what I'm supposed to be doing to the point that it just allows me to still do what I need to do. You know, so I'm so focused on hitting that lift and hitting my cues that it doesn't matter what happened. I want it more than I'm afraid of it.
But it's still there. Like it's, so say there's the hard focus. Like describe that a little bit more. Because your hard focus while you're under the bar is different than your hard focus 2 minutes away from being under the bar. Or is it not?
I don't think it is. Not for me. I mean, you know, I'm very aware of my body, so I'm just always kind of, does this feel off? Does this feel like it's tightened up? That seems a little weird when I'm walking, but it doesn't feel weird when I'm squatting. So, yeah, maybe the focal points themselves are a little bit different. But when I'm under the barbell, I'm still thinking like, are my knees staying out? Are my hips traveling where I want them? Is my torso stacked the way that I want it? So it's not entirely different for me anyhow.
All right, so there's, I think you just said a key thing. The focus points, right? So if you're resting between the sets, what are the focus points?
In between the sets?
Yep.
Fuck, man, I'm a coach. These are my focal points.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone else.
Yeah.
I got no idle time.
Yeah. Exactly. Then under the bar, the focal points are become specific to your technical cues. What are the focal points under the bar?
For me specifically?
For you specifically in general, because I know it can change and we're going to get to that. But in general.
Maintaining the stacking that I want. So I'm trying to keep the shoulders over the hips well so that, you know, I don't overstress the lumbar, making sure I'm not sitting back too far, but I'm not sitting forward. Just the balance of things so that I can optimize my force output. Because if you can optimize force output, you're going to decrease the stressors, the extra stressors on everything else. And that's when you get fucked up.
Yeah.
Whenever something gets extra stressed to a point that it can't tolerate it, which is normally when you're out of alignment somewhere. So the goal being, we're going to minimize the stress on the group as a whole by lining everything up correctly so that this doesn't happen again.
Yes. So in a squat that you're not walking out, right? So you approach the bar. Where's the focus start? As soon as you grab the bar, does it start with your feet? What's the first point of focus for you?
Probably grabbing the bar, you know, like most of the guys from our generation, terrible shoulder mobility, you know, years of aches and pains through the cuff and the bicep and all that fun stuff. So how I grab the bar, number one, because that's your first contact, right? Mm-hmm. So I want to make sure I'm grabbing in a way that isn't going to chew my shoulders up, because then if I'm focused on that pain, I'm not going to be focusing on other stuff the way that I should be. So yeah, it's from the moment I touch a weight, it's a hyperactive, you know, process up here. Hands scooping under, getting my back tension, making sure the elbows are in a position the shoulders are going to be happy with, core stacking, getting the hips under the bar for the pick. For me, that's the biggest issue, and I know it's not uncommon for multiply. A lot of times, if we can pick a weight, the squat's the easy part. Mm-hmm. It's just getting that balance and that stacking down for the pick. That's the hard part for most people.
When are the feet set?
I used to go feet first, so I would grab, set the feet. At this point, I don't know if it's just because I'm getting less mobile or getting thicker or both, getting older, less, you know, mobile that way. I've been doing, sometimes I'll step under 1 foot at a time. But if I'm in like a brief no suit, like I have more freedom to move, I prefer to set the feet first, hands, and then go under. But that's usually not always how it pans out full gear.
Mm-hmm. So then when would the feet come with full gear? After the torso's somewhat stacked, and then you're using your feet to apply pressure to feel if it's stacked?
Yeah, so hands, get under the bar,
Yeah.
upper back tension, set one foot, set the other foot, apply some pressure, make sure that feels
Yes.
right,
Yep.
and then we go from there.
All right. I think that's the key thing, right? Is to apply the pressure to see if it feels right and then adjust if need be.
Yeah.
Where I think you would agree 99.9% of all people don't do that.
I'm notoriously known for slowing everyone down,
Yeah.
telling you to wedge out, even a bench on rack, wedge out of the rack, wedge out your picks for your squats. Like, you want to know if something is off, you want to know before you're out of the rack. Because by that point, you've spent a lot of energy. If it's just a matter of like, I need to turn the foot out a little bit or move one in or out, you want to know that before you're standing there with max effort weight on your back, right?
Yeah.
So I'm very big about however you want that body positioned during the lift, you do your best to get that shit set before you ever unrack.
And then after the unrack, there's a squat command. So let's just get rid of the squat command for a second. At what point will you, not the people you're coaching, but at what point will you decide to descent? Forget the squat command. What has to be felt to know if you're in the right spot? Gear's different than single ply and raw, so we're just going to go multiply first because there's tactical cueing that you can gain from that gear too.
Yeah, I would agree. As far as multi goes, I'm feeling, hopefully for a lack of over exertion of my lumbar. So like if I leave the hips back too far, for me it's easier to balance, but I can tell that shit's heavy on my back.
Yeah.
The pick is a little easier, but the squat's terrible, right? If I get lined up well, there's no tension in my lumbar. Like my erectors are working, but they're just matching the anterior core. They're not carrying the team. It's a give and take. So mainly, does my foot pressure feel even front to back? Does my core feel even front to back? And then as long as those two feel good, I'm going down. Because I don't rebreathe.
Okay. And then as you're going down, where are you trying to focus the attention?
So if we're looking at mechanics, multiply is nothing like raw in terms of biomechanics.
Yeah.
So it's a very different feel. I explain it like balancing on a tightrope. So I'm standing with this exaggeratedly wide stance that's very difficult to balance, right? With a heavy weight that if I get one way or the other, I'm going to lose. There's you can't overpower that. So I'm just focusing on spreading the crotch panel of that gear and sitting directly into it as if it were like a little cradle, like the fucking thing you dangle your baby from.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to stay in that door frame and be a happy baby.
All right. Now, if it feels like it's coming out of the door frame, what's your reaction?
I'll freeze. Like I'll stop. And then if I know I need to go forward, I'll pull the toes up.
Okay.
Shift my weight forward. If I know I need to go back, I'll gas pedal, drive back, and then I'll start the descent again. It looks weird. It looks like a fucking Etch-a-Sketch.
So what I'm looking for here is your feet are more the drivers instead of your knees.
Absolutely.
Right? Because some will force knees to be able to be the drivers instead of the feet.
You ever taken a step with your knee?
Well, I know that. I know that.
Yeah, we don't think about the feet as having nearly as much control, especially in a squat. And that didn't come to me until probably around, it was one of the days at CTX where I was on the bottom of the squat, high nines, and at the bottom I'm just feeling, I'm like, this feels really good. It's very well balanced. I feel like I have very good control. What am I feeling? And I realized I was just engaging my calf and the soleus to moderate my balance front to back. I was like, holy fuck. And I made a rant about it that day. I said, if you're not focused on your lower leg during your squat, particularly during the descent, you're missing out on a lot of control and stability. So I am very big on feeling for that foot pressure and using the lower leg muscles to dictate your center of gravity.
Yeah. Now on the way up, so when it comes time to reverse,
Just the same way I went in. It's the same way I'm trying to come back out. It doesn't always go that way.
You're not going to stop.
Right. Yeah. No. Well,
well, yeah.
Assuming you got there the right way.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, best case scenario, assuming you got there in the right way,
Yeah.
exactly reversal motion. However, I'm no different than
Yeah.
most people where when you're max effort straining, everything is just firing 100. And that's when imbalances start to play, or really present an issue. Where if I have something that is hypertonic, neurologically, my body calls on that much faster than the tissues that are less hypertonic. A small amount, not a big deal. If you have a drastic imbalance, that's when shit starts getting weird real fast. So a lot of times you'll see, like, for me in particular, on the way back up, I'll end up arching. That's years and years of head and chest up, look up, look up, look up. I do my best to undo those patterns, but I mean, fuck, man, I'm trying to undo almost 20 years of poor movement.
So if you feel that, what's the counter to it?
At that point, it's too late. Like, there's no counter. It's just get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Before my knee.
Yeah.
I'd rather feel my back than my knee.
Yeah. Now, if let's walk through that same thing raw.
Oh man, it's apples to oranges. So raw, my grip is only slightly closer. Again, shoulder mobility. If I had better mobility, I would draw it in some, because I do feel like there's some benefit to having a little more compact of a shelf if you're a low bar squatter. If you're a high bar squatter, you probably shouldn't be, first of all. There's very few people that are excellent high bar squatters from a biomechanical standpoint. Not that they're not good squatters.
Yeah.
No one get their fucking panties on the wad, but mechanically speaking, if I'm looking at someone who has long femurs, they should not be high bar squatting. Not that I have long femurs, but I don't have short femurs, so I'm kind of mid to low. Hand placement in slightly closer. Usually, because I have that freedom, I'll get the feet set first as I grab the bar, so I know that for the most part, they're even. My hands are even. I've controlled all of my controllables. Now I go under and hope that my body lets me do exactly what I want to do with it. So same scoop under, same rack position. It's just a different tension because the bar is now lower on my back. So the elbows may be a little bit differently positioned, but I'm not trying to do anything differently. I'm still getting as tight as I possibly can, building that shelf so it doesn't roll off my back, because my torso angle is going to be a little different, being lower than my high bar. My multiply being high bar. So with that forward torso angle comes a slight hip hinge so that the bar doesn't roll off your back. So it's not as upright of a position. And I definitely have that lumbar sensation that I told you I don't want in multiply. But on the pick, it's uncomfortable. At the bottom of the squat, it makes it almost weightless. So I'm giving up a little bit of comfort and using more energy on my pick for a low bar squat as a trade-off for that pop that I get out of the bottom.
Roll that back. So how's that different again when you come out?
So bar being lower on my back. If I were watching you, let's say you're squatting in the rack.
Yep.
I'm looking at bar cap over midfoot.
Yep.
That never changes. I don't care what bar you're using. I don't care gear, raw, whatever, right? So if I'm low bar, now the bar's closer to my heel. So to offset that, I have to lean forward, right? So it's slightly pitched. So I'm going to maintain that forward lean. That's where that extra sensation comes from in the lumbar. But by the time I get to the bottom of the squat, the bar is positioned in a way, and my body is positioned in a way that no longer feels heavy on my back. So it's just a little trade-off that this is going to feel heavier right off the bat, but in the middle of the lift, where it's typically the hardest raw, it's going to feel lighter.
Okay. Now, single ply falls.
It's just like you would think, in the middle.
Kind of like right in the middle. Now, throw in the walkout for the people that you would be coaching that have to walk it out. How do you instruct them that part? Because to me, I think that's a part that's underutilized and fucked up a lot, or they only pay attention to it on the last set.
What do you mean, pay attention to it?
To actually focusing on what they're doing with their walkout. You know, like the bars, the warm-ups and all that. They just
run through it.
Scooping's just whatever. And then on the last one, they actually trying to reinforce how their steps are going to be, what it's supposed to feel like.
You done fucked up.
Yeah. Well, exactly.
Do it right from the start.
Yeah.
And then you don't have to worry about it right later
Yes.
on. But as far as the walkout goes, just mechanically making sure you're staying well stacked. Back when I was still training for Olympia and I had to walk out, I didn't know nearly the amount of biomechanics I know now. So my walkout was wretched. Like the walkout on warm-ups would be max effort. Like it was terrible. I'm probably the worst walkout lifter ever. But let's just say one of my lifters, I want to see you well stacked under the bar before we pick, like we talked about. I want you to wedge out. That way we're creating a solid foundation, no bobbly momentum. If you do have a little momentum, let that shit settle before you step out. And then obviously minimizing the amount of steps so you don't have to be 2-3 foot behind the rack. You can be 5 inches as long as you're mentally comfortable with it. So 1 step, short step, 1 step, also a short step, and then the width step. And that should be good for most people. Now, if you get a little weird with the feet, you may need to take an extra, but that's how I like to instruct it, is just shortest range of, it's just like unracking a bench, right? Shorter range of motion is easier and allows you to get better set before the weight is heavy on you.
Yes.
So I'm going to do the same thing for the walkout. Short step, widen. If everything feels feasible there, I'm going to roll with it. No second guessing.
Yeah. Staying with the squat and staying with your, I've never liked the word come back, so I'm trying to think of a different word. You getting back to squatting a grand again was 16 months. Is that right? Something like that? No, it was 3 years. It was 3 years.
36.
It was 16 months until you competed again, if I remember correctly. So a little over a year until you competed again, but over 3 years for that. Yeah. And that gets back to this quote from the very beginning where, walk me through that meet. So you open with a 950, was that a lower opener? Why'd you select that opener?
I didn't want to take 3 squats. 1,003 was the goal. I didn't want to have to take 3. So I knew if I opened somewhere around 950, anywhere 940 to 960 is a comfortable jump for me to go to 1,000 confidently, as long as it moves well. So that's why I opened there. And I just wanted 1 shot and only 2 squats. That way I could save myself for the rest of the meet. Obviously, it didn't pan out that way. So I had to take the 3rd. But I had actually tried it previously at the meet before with a similar outcome, except I took it on my 3rd. And I didn't want not to have a second chance at it.
Yeah.
Right? I don't like the idea, like, I'm going to open here so that I can make this jump to this number so that I have 2 chances. I fucking hate that mentality.
No,
so
this is a different situation here because I have notes to talk about meet strategy because you're really good at that. But just for this one, so that was on the 2nd, what I wasn't able to pick up is where did you miss it at?
It was just a couple inches out of the hole. Like I have a slow reaction time, so when they say up, I'll normally drop like another inch or 2. So it was just, part of it was me not being quick enough to turn it around, and I just dropped too low. So probably not more than halfway up.
Then the 3rd, as already noted in the quote, it's just focusing on the things that you knew how to do, right? Because you got to be a little pissed. You can't bullshit me on that one. I mean, you missed it in the meet before, right? And did you try it before that meet before too?
No, that was not at another meet.
Not at another meet. Okay. So then you missed this. So after you let yourself be pissed for however long, 5 minutes, 8 hours, whatever it's going to be, mentally, you're telling yourself just do it right. And then how did that 3rd one come up?
I mean, it was super smooth. Obviously, it's still 1,000 pounds, but it felt like a different lift. It doesn't look a lot different other than one to fail, one to hit, but I mean, it felt worlds different.
All right. So then after you rack it and you see the white lights, what do you emotionally feel?
I mean, it was just a giant sigh of relief. Like, not that I didn't know I was capable of the comeback, whatever you want to call it. Like when you were asking what ran through your head, you know, shortly after the injury or even that moment, like that was my solid evidence. I can do this. You know, I knew it here, continue on.
Okay.
And still progress and be better than I was. I knew it here, but that's not good enough, right? Because no one gives a fuck about this.
Yeah.
I mean, you're close friends and family, but
yeah.
I needed it on paper that I came back to that number that tried to kill me.
Yeah.
So.
Who was there?
Seth and Joe were helping handle me. My old training partner from CTX, Alan Pilley, he was like my closest training partner when I injured the knee. So, you know, it was a handful of just the guys that saw me through the
whole
bullshit.
thing. Yeah. So that had to mean something as well.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Seth was probably happier than I was.
Oh, I'm sure.
He picked me up and threw me around like a rag doll.
Yeah. Fucks your bench up in the process of doing that, right?
But yeah, I mean, it was great. Like I had a handful of clients that were there, and they all saw. You know, I've had people that have been with me through the entire time, so you know, everyone knows how intense and how important it was.
What just out of curiosity, what did you weigh in at that meet?
I couldn't tell you.
What class? I mean, what class?
It was either 220 or 242.
WPO, so like closer to. What do you think you were weighing at that time? Was it your heaviest then, or was that already passed?
My heaviest meet?
No, the heaviest you've weighed, because I think the heaviest weight you've been is 260, right?
64.
264.
Thanks to Lou.
Was that I assume that was before this meet, or was that after this meet?
Yeah, so that was 2017 when I was that heavy, but that was just like a Bob Evans and fucking Louie Simmons.
No, I get that.
My normal walk around weight, on average, is going to be between 240 and 250. Most of my meets, even though I lift at 42, all cut to like 35, 229 to 35. There was one meet coming back that I think it was either WPO or semifinals that I made the cut to 220.
Yeah.
So I can still do the 220, but on average, it's like 235 to 240.
Now, in high school, you were around 160.
When I graduated.
Is that right? Yep. I mean, I have your like open powerlifting shit here. I'm not going to pull it out. It's like 2 pages long. So I think this matters, and it has significance because 2 decades in a sport is a lot of time in the sport, but 2 decades in the sport competing, you know, it means a lot more than some other people that may have 2 decades in the sport and they competed 3 times.
Yeah.
You know, it's not the same thing. You know, there's a pretty consistent history going through there, except a couple little bumps where you're injured, right? Yeah. And minus like the high school shit that's probably not in there. You know, it's just I don't know how they put in there that's clean, and you know what I'm saying. That's in that whole thing. Let's What I'd like to do, we'll take a bathroom break because I got to pee my brains out right now. And then I want to walk through the bench and the deadlift, kind of like we just did with the squat, then get into some of the meat strategy and some of the other things that I got. We're going to get into the bench here, but I was just flipping through my notes and there was a story here that I missed. When you were training in Orlando Barbell with Joe Jordan, you know, a testament to your dedication to the sport, you wreck your motorcycle on your way to the gym and come in with a road rash and still squatted because you couldn't miss the squat day. You remember that?
It actually happened on a bench day.
So he's wrong. So either way, oh shit, it's a bench that's kind of worse.
It was so bad. It was so bad. But yeah, I mean, that road rash stuck around a while because I kept, you know, wrapping it. I had like bandage or whatever on, but I kept wrapping it, and then every week the scabs would just rip back off. So that one's, you know, stuck around quite a while. But the one he's thinking about,
Oh, so there was another one.
There's two. Yeah, I'm pretty dedicated. Yeah, so that first one, like I took a turn and just hit some sand, slid right out. School bus almost ran me over. It was terrifying. Yanked my bike up onto the sidewalk, and that was the road rash. Thankfully, one of my good friends, his grandma was a retired nurse, and she lived right around the corner. So I went and saw her, bandaged me up, went to the gym, and benched. That, like I said, the wrist wrap was the worst part about that. But then the second time, I almost hit a tractor going down a back road. I think the speed limit was like 45 or 50. So I'm, driving 45 or 50. And they just out of nowhere make a left to turn off the road. I had just gotten in the left lane to pass them on a 2-lane road. So I'm just like deer in the headlights. Like, this is the end of my life. Mm-hmm. I know not to lock the brakes. I locked the fucking brakes, and I'm just sliding and just doing a little twirl move. I'm sliding sideways at the forks on this giant tractor. I was like, fuck, man, this is the end. Thankfully, I slid off just enough for the front tire to catch the grass. And I don't know if you've ever been in that type of scenario, but that grass may have been glue. Like, it grabbed the bike, yanked it straight down, and I just go flying through the air, doing like a little cannonball. Craziest fucking story of my life. I hit one knee, I completely roll all the way around my back, hit the other knee that pops me off the ground, and I land on my feet like fucking Chuck Norris. And it was so insane to me, I thought it was a dream. So I'm just standing there like, okay, well, what happens next in this dream? And the two guys like hop off the tractor, and they come running over, and they're like, you all right? You all right? And I'm like, oh, fuck, this is real. I was like, yeah, I think so. I mean, like, I had some whiplash. Yeah. My ribs were a little torqued, but I was like, yeah, I'm good. Like, are you sure? Do you want us to call an ambulance? I didn't have my license at the time. Nope, I'm good. Have a good day. Handlebar twisted as fuck. Drove to the gym and trained.
See, that's a better one than the other one. So he...
Yeah, that was probably the craziest thing that's ever happened to me. I still, I remember the feeling of not thinking any of this was real. And then for the next 2 years, I had twisted handlebars on my bike to remind me that it was in fact real.
So you purposely left them twisted?
I was a poor college
kid. All right, okay.
I was driving a two.
Well, I don't know, man. I'm trying to dig into your mentality here, and I can totally see you purposely wanting to leave them. Is that memory?
I don't think it's too different from my shoes. I'm wearing the shoe. So when I first got back to squatting, I wore the same outfit.
Yeah.
I wore the shoes, I wore the same shorts, and I wore the same fucking shirt. Mm-hmm. The first time I got back into a suit and squatted heavy, because I needed that. Mm-hmm. I needed that off my back. So,
No, I get that. It's like a closure type of thing in a weird, fucked up way.
Yeah.
No, I completely understand that. Now, the real question now, though, is, do you still have those? Because those, because I know what I would have done. Do you still have them?
Yeah.
I would have burned them.
That's what everyone says.
Well, I still would have done what you did, though. I still would have done that, but then it would have been like, fuck you, you're gone for good.
I used that same exact squat suit, and then once I hit that squat in it, I sold it.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm fucking done.
Yeah, well, that's...
I'm not rolling the dice too many more times.
Actually, I didn't actually put enough context into that one, right? Because did you have the suit altered from the time that you blew it out to the time that you used it?
It was the LUP,
so you could change it.
Yeah, it was the
right, because I don't want to say that it can be causation, but a suit being fitted fucked up can pitch you forward for sure.
I feel like in part that was causation.
Yeah. So how did you change it then for this one?
Not to disregard what I had going on.
Yeah.
I don't know that I did. I didn't wear the suit long enough to get a good feel for how to do the different segments any differently. So I just put it on, laced it up medium enough to take a heavy squat. I hit that one heavy squat, and I think I had a video saying, "This was the motherfucker that tried to kill me," and I threw it on the ground, and that was that.
All right.
So,
all right, that's actually kind of fucking crazy if you think about it, right? But as I'm the top of my head spinning again real quick, because I'm thinking, well, maybe you laced it, because that
differently.
can pitch more forward.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
that.
So I didn't finish that thought.
Yeah.
I fell forward in that suit more times than any other piece of gear I've ever used. I fell at least 4 times forward with over 1,000. So
Do you think that was because the lower quad was laced too tight?
I don't have a good answer.
Yeah.
I had different people lacing it, not week to week, but like I had probably 2 or 3 different people. So they would kind of rotate through whoever was there that day.
Yeah.
At the time, we only had one guy in the gym who had ever used it, and he wasn't even a power lifter. He just lifted with us.
What I'm thinking is if it's laced down too hard, then it can't slip up on the quad as you're sitting back. So then you're just kind of, actually no, because you were saying it was out of the bottom, it was pitching you forward. So that would
was
have been
like someone walked up behind me and just Sparta kicked me forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I did ask around a handful of guys that had been in that suit for an extended period, and they said it did seem like it had the tendency to want to throw you. So that's when I was like, fuck this suit, dude.
Yeah, I've kind of heard the same, to where the counter with that was to not have it as tight in the quad, the lower quad. So it would slip, but then I'm kind of like, well, then aren't you kind of losing part of what it's supposed to do?
Yeah, you're wearing a legless brief, a legless suit.
Yeah, which doesn't really make any sense. With the getting into the bench, walking that through, I don't know how important it is to walk through. Go through like you did the squat with the multiply, but probably not as detailed, because most people that listen to this are probably not benching. Actually, it's going to have to be the same, right? Because you're not training in multiply all the time.
Right.
Right. So walk through the bench as you did the squat. So how do you mentally go through that?
I mean, I feel like it's definitely worth mentioning from the shirt setup on, because how you're going to be positioned is dictated long before you're ever sitting on the bench. So, setting the shirt is going to be a little different based on your preference and what shirt you're in and fit and stuff like that. But basically, once I get the shirt set to where I want it, I'm going to slightly retract. I'm going to pull outward with the arms on the triceps to lock across that chest plate or across the collar so that it doesn't move when I'm setting up. This is one of my biggest pet peeves. Everyone thinks they need a belt to keep the shirt in place. I've seen just as many shirts slip with lifters wearing belts as without belts. The belt doesn't hold the shirt in place. You have to learn. It can help, of course, because you're going to get that feedback, like, the belt's being tightened by the pull of the shirt. So, yes, it can help you learn early on, but the belt doesn't hold the shirt. It just helps you learn how to hold the shirt. So, anyway.
So you set it, and then you're basically just driving your elbows back to kind of keep it in spot.
I'm gonna keep it locked in. At this point in my career, it's easier for me to get set up. I hate to say it, but I just feel like I'm getting old, so I'm less mobile. So it's easier for me to set up with the feet on the bench to get up onto my upper traps and everything. I used to set the upper traps first and then walk my feet back. I just can't do it anymore. Lumbar, hips, whatever it might be, is just too stiff for that. So I'll do feet up on the bench like an old man, get set on my upper traps. I'll take 1 foot down. If it seems like it's good there, I'll leave it. If not, I'll pull a little further back. Other foot down, pull a little further back. Try and make sure those feel even. They never are. Don't hyper focus on that. At the end of the day, as long as you're not weeble wobbling off the side, you're fine. Again, maintaining that shirt pressure the entire time and staying close to the bar for the unrack is what really I feel like makes the lift off and the lift more efficient.
What do you mean by close to the bar?
Setting up close enough that you can get a little bit more underneath the bar so that you're not changing the angle and the forces. So you could imagine if I were set up very far toward the end of the bench and I'm really outstretched reaching.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Now I'm no longer under the bar. I'm doing like a huge lat pullover. I'm not getting things loaded as quickly as I can. And this is important. One of my most commonly used phrases, there's many ways to get to the same position and none of them are created equal. So just because you get to a certain position and I get to that same position a different route does not mean we are just as stable and just as able to produce force in that position. If you got there in a fucked up way and I got there very smoothly, guess who's going to come out of the hole better or come out of the bottom of the lift better, right? So getting set up for like your squat pick or your bench on rack, it's super important to get everything locked in and tensioned the way that you want it during the lift to the best of your ability. So when we talk about tight lats, you're not going to have tight, compact lats if you're far outstretched overhead, right? That's a lat stretch. So I'm going to set up pretty close under the bar so that it's just a minimal, like 2 inches probably at most on rack. If you're unracking further than that, you're probably losing some of your shirt and you're losing your leverages. And the shirt's more likely to move around, of course. So I stay very close to underneath the bar so that there's not a big shift in leverage or just like tensions on the triceps, on the chest and everything. And that also helps mitigate some of that heavy feel where it's like if you get a 3-man lift off with 900 and they're lifting 900 pounds and you go from 0 to 9, it's a shock. It feels terrible. Well, if I'm more under the bar, I can just take more of the weight early on. From an energy standpoint, of course, there's limits there where it becomes detrimental. But for the most part, if you can decrease that contrast from like how much you're being loaded initially to full bar, you're going to get less kickback from the body. So bringing the bar out, I like to stop over the shoulders. Again, that's my biomechanics side. That's not really what I was taught. And I know a lot of guys like to teach to hold the bar over the belly. If you don't like your shoulders, I think that's a good method. I will say the only benefit to that is I always touched easier when I held the bar over the belly because it was just a straight shot down. There was no groove down toward the belly. It was just, it's already there. And then we drive back toward the face on the way back up. But I didn't like the way that felt in my shoulders early on. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, just because we got to the same touch point did not mean that my body was triggered the same way. Whenever the body is overloaded with something in a bad position, it throws red flags. It locks you out of positions. It doesn't allow you to move the way that you would otherwise be able to move if you avoided the nasty areas in the first place. So even though my touch point might be the same, if I have that low over the belly hold, it always felt terrible on my shoulders, and my drive coming back out was just like molasses. Didn't matter how good and how much pop I got from the shirt. If I was in that type of position to start with, my body was just guarded and it didn't want to fight through the lift. It was trying to stop me. So anyway, unrack, bar over shoulders. At that point, I'll let the weight sink into the shirt so I no longer have to spend energy to pull. And then it's just balancing that tightrope the whole way down. I'm not pulling. I don't want to engage the back in that sense. Like I'm not doing a fucking lat row, right? I don't like that cue. I'm not pushing, obviously, because I want the bar to descend. So I'm just stabilizing this way as I gently come down to wherever I want to touch. And that's, different for everyone. But basically, making sure the forearm stays vertical is a pretty golden rule.
Now, are you watching the bar or you're keeping your eyes back?
I'll still watch, but I won't lift the head. Biggest pet peeve, if you want to lose your thoracic extension, lift your head. But for the most part, the metal militia days are long gone. We're not dumping the bar to belly button and throwing it back, right? So you can still see without lifting your head unless you just have a giant.
Well, I think one thing that gets misinterpreted with that lifting the head too is your upper back and traps may not allow you to actually keep your head completely flat on the bench either. You're just not curling the head up. And that's where I think people get some disconnect where, yes, there was a time where I was taught to almost actually do a fucking crunch sit up, to be able to get the bar down. And then, I will say I never really bought into that because it hurt my shoulders like a motherfucker, and it was anyhow, we're not talking about that. So so the head, would it be safer to say neutral, right? Because most people are going to be able to keep their head down because they're not going to be that thick. But there is a subpopulation that's probably listening to this. It's like, motherfucker, I can't put my head back. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and the look. Like you can tell if I have someone that is that kyphotic, I will still cue to keep the head down. But if it pops up because it's being pulled up, that's out of your control. If it pops up because you're staring at the bar and trying to look at it, I can tell the difference, right? So there's little nuances there. If able, I like the head to stay down. I don't like any moving parts that don't have to move, right? Because then we have less variables. So if you can drive that head into the pad, it's all part of like the cue, driving yourself away from the bar.
Yeah.
Right. So that's, to me, that's part of that cue, is being well planted and using that to push myself away.
Yes. Now on that pushing yourself away, are you at some point trying to flare, or are you trying to push straight, or are you just letting it go wherever you want it to naturally go?
All. So it depends. Like if I had to tuck a lot to get down there,
Yeah.
I'm definitely going to want to flare on the way back up. Now, if I'm in a loose shirt or a very stretchy shirt and I didn't have to tuck, then there probably won't be a lot of more flare than I just kind of stayed.
I think you just made a huge point right there, right? Because that's where cues become a little fucked up, right? Because obviously if you have to tuck more, you're going to have to flare, right?
Hopefully,
obviously, right? But if you don't have to tuck that much to get it to, because tucking also helps you to get it to touch. Mm-hmm. But if you don't have to, I used to think I actually got more on my shirt the less I had to tuck, because more material was stretching. It's like as soon as you had to tuck you're kind of lowering how much material would stretch. Yeah. But I didn't realize the nuance until you just actually said that, because people will get caught up in this, well, I'm not tucking enough, or I'm not flaring enough. Well, maybe they don't have to because they didn't have to tuck that hard to get it to touch.
Yeah, I would agree. It's tough to teach because we like to think in black and white. It makes it easier. It's easier to execute one or two. It's in the middle it's difficult to moderate early on. Mm-hmm. Now, in the long run, that's your golden range, right? Yeah. We are going to operate optimally somewhere in here. It doesn't have to be this or this. But it takes a long time to figure out what that is. And then, of course, based on your gear and fit and everything like that, and if you're extra bloated or extra light, whatever. But I liked what you just mentioned about the cueing, because that was one thing I wrote down this morning I really wanted to touch on. One of my biggest pet peeves is trying to explain something to someone and they're like, okay, well, what cue would you use for that? Motherfucker, I'm trying to teach you. Mm-hmm. I don't want a cue. I want you to learn. I want you to focus on this. That way you understand the concepts, because you'll execute better biomechanically if you understand what's going on, rather than just having a blanket cue like knees out. Mm-hmm. Now, a cueing system is nothing more than directions. If you're standing over there in the corner and I'm standing over here in the corner, and we're both trying to get to the same point in the room, you're not going to follow the same directions I am, right? So same thing for lifting. Like if your knees are already out, I'm not going to cue your knees out. It's a stupid fucking cue, right? It's pointless. Yeah. If your knees are going too far out, like Seth, for example, you know, I'm not saying this was the cause, but in his case, like when the adductor tore, the fucking knee flew out this way. You're going to cue a lifter like that, knees out? No, you're going to cue whatever makes them the most stable. Whatever gets them from A to B in the most stable and strong fashion is the cue that they need. So whenever you're teaching someone something, they don't need a cue for everything. They need to understand the concepts. Now, in the moment, like in the lift, when I only have a split second to talk to you, I'll cue you. But in this moment, while we're having this discussion, you need to learn. You don't need a word or two. You need a concept.
Yes, and optimally to feel what's going on. Because with the bench that we're talking about with the shirt, you know, there could be a time you're a little bit past midway, but gravity's starting to pitch the bar towards your face, and you need to understand at that time, if you flare, you can lock the thing out just by gliding. Yeah. Where sometimes that's where that oversight shit can get in the way too. Because if the brain's too fucking then you can't feel what's going on. You can't feel the forces to be able to make those corrections with that. But it flips around too and becomes where people are going to be yelling flare, 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 but they don't need to flare because it's already where it needs to be. Right. They need to learn how to, and you've stated this a bunch of times, and we're going to get into this when we talk about how you go about your warm up. That's a bad word for what you do. Your testing before you train. Yeah. You have a word for it. Assessment. My brain just freaking died.
Clients fucking
yeah. Well, it's it's an important concept because you're also teaching them what to feel, right? With that. So then with the other part with the bench, there's a part that we skipped, or maybe we didn't because you don't. Holding it before you lower it to let it settle. Do you do that?
Yes. Primarily, I'm super imbalanced, so I have to take a moment to find my best neutral. I have like one side that dips lower, one side sits higher. So I'm just taking a moment, aside from the fact that I rebreathe after the unrack because I want to pack as much air in here as possible. So I'll take my breath, but then I'm also waiting for my uneven body to balance out, to settle, because otherwise it's ugly. It's sketchy as hell. Yeah.
And that's kind of true on the squat too. We kind of skip that one because the way I kind of frame it, just in my meathead way, is you got to let the force dissipate through your body to the floor before you go, because the bar can be fucking moving still too. Everything's got to settle, in there. Where with the bench, it has to, you got to compress you, and then the pad, and sometimes the pad, sometimes there's more pad to compress than other pad. And with multiply, even more so now with, band type shirts, there's not a lot of compression going on at the start, where it looks scary as fuck for a lot of these people, because it's, and I don't know if that's become a norm, that's just, I don't know, with that, but it's like, I wouldn't want to do that. I'd want to let that shit settle. Yeah. Because it just doesn't make sense, right?
I think, tell me, was this a Lou thing? Like, in order to move the bar fast, you got to move fast?
You mean coming out?
Just in general. Like, I think it was aimed at talking about stretch reflex. It was like, that's why I don't like giving anyone speed work. I won't label. I refuse to say speed work. Yeah. Because these assholes are dropping through their sternum and trying to throw it back up. I'm like, I would rather see you tempo the descent and explode fast coming back up. I don't like fast descents in anything. Yeah. One, you're not using any stabilization at that point. If you're using momentum, the body's not required to stabilize nearly the same way as if I'm controlling a descent. Yeah. Right. So
I would say, yes, he did say that, but it's a different time, right? And also, this is the way that I would explain it. He never would have somebody flopping around on a bench like a fish, which is what a lot of the speed work ends up looking like. It's just a clusterfuck. Every rep, really, if you were to watch it, should look like a competitive rep. In how it's applied. Did he want it to drop faster than what a competition lift would? Yeah. But did he want it completely just fall?
Gravity, yeah.
No. But that's where you're dealing with VHS tapes, and then it gets disseminated out, and then people will hear a lot of the cueing from back then. I'll give you the best example was that because when I start going out and doing seminars, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, well, I'm doing what's in the video. I'm like, not really. One of the bigger ones was arching super hard, on the squat, where it makes sense in a gym where everybody's spinal erectors are the size of fucking 2 liters. They're not really arching. They're just tightening the shit out of their back, which is started by that process of driving back, not like that, and then you go out and like, what the fuck? Like, why are you doing that? Well, that's what Louie said. I'm like, yeah, you kind of did. But you see, something like the dropping fast can be really quickly misinterpreted as just free falling. And then you go and I'd watch people do speed work and be like, the fuck, that's not what we do. Yeah. But to your point, with most people, especially when I start going out doing the seminars, it's controlling the descent it needed to be done, because they would hit. And it's funny though, because you can find videos where Louie would actually chalk the bar, and then show somebody how this hit 3 different places,
Yeah.
On their chest by the chalk marks on their chest, and you shouldn't do that. And so, but anyhow, continue.
I think, so going back to kind of rushing the start, a lot of people do it for a few reasons. One, they're just afraid to hold a heavy bar because they'll get tired. We're in geared lifting, man. Like, you got to fucking get used to holding a heavy bar for extended periods of time. You're not lifting very much of this weight with your primary movers. We are doing a lot of stabilizing in abnormal ranges for the body. Normally, if your gear's tight, I've seen guys in multiply that look like they're lifting raw, but whatever makes you happy. So you're not really using a lot of energy that's being taken away, that's taking away from the performance of that lift by being a little slower if you're in gear. And I don't care if that's a band shirt. I don't care if it's even just knee wraps. I don't care if it's bench shirt, whatever it is. Like, even knee wraps, they store energy. The band shirts store energy. The gear, the compression that it applies to the body, without getting super technical about it, to me is still stored energy, right? Now, there are different methods and different materials and stuff like that, but it doesn't matter. It's not like you're just holding that weight for an extended period of time on your muscle.
Yeah.
We're holding a lot on the bones and a lot on the connective tissue, but we're not holding a lot in the sense that we're going to get super tired from it. So there's no reason to rush a lift. Number 2, stretch reflex, again, applies to muscles, not all this other stuff. So none of that really makes any sense.
Yeah.
It's just, I think people get nervous about holding heavy weight for an extended period. I've almost always been a very slow lifter, so it doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
It's just naturally how like, my brain is like a fucking IBM computer sometimes, especially when I'm lifting. So it's very slow.
Yeah.
I do everything slow.
How would any of this change with a raw bench?
Unfortunately for me, it doesn't change a whole lot. I'm still super slow with the descent, but that's
The setup, the stacking, the setup, it's all pretty much the same still, right?
my setup. Yeah, aside from the fact that I don't have to create that tension early on to hold the shirt, my bench setup is the same. In these later years, I've had a lot of elbow and shoulder issues where I've had to go long periods with reverse grip being my primarily used grip for raw training. So when I bench that way, the feet are out wide. They're not tucked underneath me. That's mainly the only difference. My touch point is very similar. My cueing is very similar. I still want the elbow staying under the wrist. I want the joint stacking. I want the stability, the back tension. All that stuff is the same.
Yeah. This is kind of going to go down a different rabbit hole, but it's obviously my bias comes through geared lifting because that's the age I came through, 82 or whatever it was all the way through 2004. But there are some things that kind of drive me nuts, and I'm wondering what you think, what your thought is on this. Is when I came up, it's not like the single ply I had when I started was the single ply today. The single ply was like splitting in the ass, and it was not. It would be like, I've seen some singlets by some brands now that if you wore them tight enough, a little bit better than what that was. So I'm not going to say they didn't help much, but like 20 pounds or some shit like that.
Right.
So it wasn't really always that way. But you've competed in all 3. So the one thing that drives me nuts is they'll say that the training and the mechanics of the lift have to be different. And in some cases, maybe a little bit nuanced, which we talked about in the squat a little bit. The bench is pretty much the same. But they'll say the differences have to be because the gear, helps out of the bottom, right? And so thus, from what they say, the sticking point for the gear with the squat's always at the top, and with the bench is always at the top as well. And I think, motherfucker, you've never used gear. Where I've seen everybody miss, right, is trying to fucking touch at the bottom. So exactly the same place where a raw bencher would miss, right? And maybe definitely for different reasons. One, because the stabilizers may not be strong enough to be able to support them trying to actually get the bar to touch, which now we're dealing with musculature that isn't normally triggered in what you would see in a raw bench, right? So I could say there's actually more stabilizer activation going on in that because it's a heavier weight.
Yeah.
And they also missed the squat.
positions.
Yeah. So they missed the squat in the bottom for two reasons. One, because they don't squat low enough, right? I mean, they're fact, right? Or second, because they get pitched forward or backward.
Yeah.
So it's that whole argument, it's bullshit. It's like that doesn't play into this because the sticking points are the same. Where maybe I just wanted to, maybe that wasn't even a question. I just wanted to rant about it again because it drives me fucking crazy because it doesn't fit, the narrative in real life application.
I think, I mean, for me, they weren't too dissimilar as long as I had good single ply gear. Like, other than the walkout fucking sucks. So
Well, there's a difference there for
my
sure.
stance never quite got to where I wanted it. But I did do a single ply meet out of a mono, and other than just squatting less weight, it didn't feel different than multi. There was just less stuff on me, but mechanically speaking, I would say they're the same lift. As long as we're talking supportive gear compared to supportive gear. Now, I'm not talking about like my Z suit that I started in, right? If I tried to squat the way I do multi in that, I would have been blown apart.
Yeah.
But in terms of if you're well supported, I don't think the dynamics of the lift are very much different.
Was the single ply just because of the Olympia? Is that why you did that?
Not solely because of Olympia. I just wanted to compete in all three divisions.
Okay. Well, the reason I ask is because going through the history of the sport, and by the way, anybody can do this. Open Powerlifting is an open database. It's really easy to go look this shit up. It's multiply was never the most popular, right? It was always because there were single ply, multiply, and raw really wasn't a thing, but single ply was dominant, right? Because that was the ADFPA, the IPF, where multiply might have made up like 20%. And then over the years, it's like now single ply has become the very ugly stepchild. That's
literally how I word it. It's the redheaded stepchild. And I don't really know why. When I first started back then, I didn't realize that single ply was very big or popular. Being in the APF, I didn't know anything about IPF, USAPL. Other than I knew they existed, but I didn't have any idea like volume wise. So I didn't think it was really a big following. Once I got to, interested in going to Olympia, and I eventually went, even that felt like I don't want to say a very big letdown, but it was kind of a letdown. Like I go to compete, regardless of what division I'm in. I'm looking to compete with someone, and not to say I didn't have some decent competitors. It was very easy to rise to the top very quickly in single ply.
Yeah.
Whereas,
well, most of it was drug tested, because that's all the USAPL was before Raw was all single ply, because that was like the only route to the IPF worlds. Was that. Outside of that, there were, I think outside of the Olympia, there were, and God, I can't even think of another one. There were no other ones that were untested. So that kind of could explain a lot of it. Like if, say, the APF had a single ply division, which I don't think they ever would because it was created by Ernie, right? So it was the multiply.
Yeah, they do.
They have a single ply division.
I started lifting single ply APF before I went to Olympia. I want to say around 2010.
I forgot that. I did not know that. So now I don't know why.
I don't know anyone else who lifts single
I know.
other than like the occasional, old man who he benches, squats, and deadlifts in his squat suit.
Well, that's because he's using a suit from the 70s, man. He's using the same suit.
But it's not super common. But it was a bit of a letdown. I like competing, so it was cool to step out and do something different. But it wasn't nearly as exciting, other than the fact that I didn't know if I was going to die or not every time I walked out.
You also had to walk out of a monolift, right? Which is just weird.
No,
they had squat racks. Okay.
But my training, I was walking out of my monolift, and I have one training video. It was 12 seconds from the pick to the point where I started my descent. It took me that long to walk out, and it was just the weights rattling, and you know, I got two girls on this side, one guy on this side, and he's ducking around a table, like, you know, it was in a garage gym. So it was just like looking back at these videos, man, I'm lucky to be here.
That reminds me of just the time period that you were talking about, that if you want to call it time under tension per se, is I remember speaking to somebody that wasn't in the sport, but was a strength coach, you know, speaking about time under tension for, I think the squat was the example they were using, and they threw a number out. And I'm like, I don't think you're actually looking at this the same way that I do. And it's like, well, what do you mean? I'm like, well, so I could show them a video of you. Say, okay, here's what I want you to pay attention to. Right when he grabs that bar, that arm is under tension. So let's start the clock now, right? Just by the time you actually get set before your pick, there's 5, 6, fucking might even be 10 seconds. You know,
I'm slow.
Well, we get one, but it ended up being 5 times longer time under tension than what this person thought it was. And I'm like, now when you're basing your training protocol under time under tension, but you're not taking these other factors into consideration, you're going to have a very, very undertrained athlete when it comes to the iso tension or that they're under. You know, if it's isometric, static, or whatever, before the fucking lift even happens. It's not 3 seconds. It was something like that. It was like 3 seconds. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? 3 seconds?
Right.
Like, what the hell? You know, what are you talking about? A leg press isn't even 3 seconds. But get it going. Let's roll in. Did I miss anything in the bench?
No, I mean, as far as you know, comparing the raw versus the gear, like I said, just having to kind of ride that tightrope down to me is the main difference, but it's also a gigantic difference, right? It makes the lift feel completely different.
What would that tightrope be when it's raw? What are you asking your lifters to focus on there?
I mean, the tightrope analogy I only use for gear. It literally is a balancing act. As far as focusing, okay, so I didn't address this earlier. I don't like how slow I descend, so it's definitely not something that I try to teach, but I do want it just to be fully under control.
Yeah.
So that nothing spazzes out. So the main things I'm telling them to focus on, keeping your joint stacking. So I don't want to see the elbow tuck in so close to your ribs that it's narrower than your wrist. So if I have a very wide grip, I don't want to be super tucked. If I have a very close grip, I don't want to be super flared. Yeah. You know, so it's just biomechanically keeping this stacked so that this stays well balanced in terms of stress. The more I tuck or the more I flare dictates how much stress gets placed upon the bicep, dictates how much stress gets placed upon the rotator cuff. So we can kind of cater to your particular weaknesses or strengths or sensitivities in that moment by messing with those things. And we all kind of know that. Yeah. We just don't know specifically why. It's like, I have to bench this way because my shoulder hurts otherwise. But that's what you're doing, is just you're changing the stressors and how much gets applied upon each of your stabilizers. And you're finding the route that either you're able to produce the most force or at the very least is the least painful for you, because that's where you're probably going to be the most productive. It's hard to produce force when you're in pain. Even if you're it doesn't matter how tough you are. When the body feels pain, it'll downregulate because it's a survival mechanism, right? It doesn't want to push through and rupture, right? So it'll just flatline you and you'll just get pinned, but that's much better than something going boom and being able to push through.
Yes.
Right.
We're going to come back to that. That's why I made a note of it. Now in the deadlift, right? So it's there. Gear makes it harder, in my opinion.
I was just about to say, am I the only one that feels like it's harder?
No, yeah, gear kind of makes it harder.
Fuck, man.
So it's yeah, it makes it fucking harder because it's, for me, it's this is how I look at it, and you may look at it a little bit differently. The only thing I really think it does is it helps the lifter to be able to set their hips a little bit higher, but they still should be able to do that raw anyhow. but the gear provides this tactical feeling, maybe of your nuts being ripped in half, or, you know, whatever it is in the suit, which just because it's so uncomfortable on your nuts or whatever it is, you might not drop your hips this much more. So then you're in a little bit more advantageous position to be able to start a wedge, if that's what you know you're doing, which I don't think most do.
No.
Where many think that they're just going to get this rebound, which is kind of fucked up because it doesn't have a rebound.
Well, you think it's like the squat.
Yeah.
Especially, so the way that I was taught, like I said, head and chest up. So I started every deadlift staring at the ceiling, ceiling tiles at Orlando Barbell. Because I was that mobile and I was that upright and I was arched through my back and I was anteriorly tilted the fuck out of my hips. Terrible positioning. However, I excelled at it for many years, so I didn't know it was wrong. Well, you know, MRIs later, and hip injuries, and this and that. I found out it was, and it turns out I have a piss poor core because of it. But at that time, I didn't know. You know, like I said, the information wasn't available. So my deadlift very much mimicked my squat. So I did get good pop out of the bottom. As long as I could carry that momentum through, it did help. But once that momentum, like the weight was just a little too heavy for that momentum to carry me past my knee, I would instantly get stuck. And that's still, to this day, what I'm trying to unravel is hips too low, head and chest too high, getting too far behind the bar. All the stuff that people think they want to do, I'm like, trust me, you don't want this. It looks good to the untrained eye. It is fucking terrible, and it's extremely frustrating. Do you know how shitty it is? Like, everyone wants to stay upright and keep their head and chest up and not bend forward. Do you know how shitty it is to do that for 20 years so well that you can no longer get into a good position? I can't get in and out of a car comfortably because I can't flex at the spine very well. My erectors are just so bound up, and they've been trained that way for so long that when I set up for like any kind of heavy hip hinge, even if I try my hardest to bend forward and squeeze the abs really hard and tuck my tail, I'll watch the video, and at best it's neutral. It's almost always some degree of extension. There's some degree of anterior tilt, and it's a very hard thing to break, especially when you've been doing it for a long time. I unfortunately didn't realize that was not a great position for deadlifts until, like, maybe, honestly, of the revelations, it was probably the last one I've had, like, major revelations, maybe 4 years ago at most. Mm-hmm.
So how do you instruct your lifters to go about it now?
A big one is midfoot is king, right? So I want that barbell over midfoot, same as the squat, and joint stacking. So these will always be, you know, what I'm talking about with lifters. So I want to see my shoulders over top of midfoot. I want to see the hips as far forward as we can keep them while still keeping that torso position. Now,
when you're saying shoulders, what are we talking about here? We're talking about the shoulder joint. We're talking about your scaps or front delts.
If I'm looking, yes. So that's important, not front delt, because that's what I used to go with. Yeah. And that's why I ended up too far behind the bar. Mm-hmm. So if I'm looking from the side, basically where the tricep meets the armpit, so lat teres tie in, I want that to be over the barbell. And you'll see, even in my most recent pulls, I'll pull in the position, I'll pull my slack, I get upright, I realize I'm too fucking upright, I tilt forward, and then I drive. And it's every time. It's like I just missed the fucking turn. The GPS said turn here, and I fucking went past it, and I got to do a U-turn and fucking go back. It's extremely frustrating. But it's just, that is the comfortable position that my body knows super well, and it's very difficult to undo that.
So how do you know that you're not in that position? What is cueing you feeling wise? Is it the force on your foot or the tension on your back as you're trying to pull the bar?
Those are the two.
Okay.
Foot pressure. Do I feel too much heel? Do I feel too much toe or ball of the foot? And I can almost tell, like, anytime I'm slightly extended, my erectors are like hard engaged.
Yes.
So if I don't feel my abs engaged well, I know, I don't even question it. I know my erectors are engaged too hard, and I know that my hips are behind me. So when I go to break the floor, even though the position looks good, you can tell there's a lot of force, but there's not a lot of momentum because it went right into my fucking lumbar. And my lumbar took that shock absorbency and didn't go into the bar or into the floor. So I just ate all that wasted energy and botched the fucking pull.
Yeah.
And I get stuck on my knee every time
Yes.
because I pull too far into the heel.
When you're looking at one, because 90% of your clients are online, if I understood correctly. When you're watching one of their videos, what are you looking for in the deadlift?
So let's just say general.
Well, first off, sumo or conventional, we should probably denote which one.
For the most part, I will coach them very similar.
Okay.
So as far as the joint stacking, I want to keep the notions the same, right? I want
Yeah.
the hips forward. I want the knees slightly over the toes so that I get my quad engagement. I want the shoulder pit area.
When you say hips forward, what do you mean? I'm thinking of people who would over exaggerate this. So what do you think? Define that.
The opposite of hip hinging, right? So if I hip hinge, the hips go back.
Yeah.
That's going to increase my posterior chain
Yes.
dominance. The more forward the hips are, the more the anterior chain comes into play. So we want to balance out. This is our job as powerlifters, to recruit as much as we can 360 degrees from our body to move as much weight as possible. Now, some of us will have a little offset, like we're just naturally posterior chain. I fucking hate the word dominant, but
No, I get it.
my posterior chain is much stronger than anterior, or you have the guys that are opposite anterior much stronger than posterior. So you can, small nuance, cater to your strengths, shy away from your weaknesses within reason. Doesn't mean we're not going to fucking train your weaknesses till they're not weaknesses. But, okay, we're not all the same, right? So there is some wiggle room there as far as that goes. But rule of thumb, the closer I can keep the hips forward to the bar, the less I'm going to feel that weight on my back. For a conventional puller, like, that's the ticket, right? We want to minimize, because you're always going to have it through the erectors. But if you can mitigate some of that and draw it into the quads, you're going to get better pop off the floor. You'll have more posterior chain reserved for your lockout to unhinge. And that's just the all-around best sequence, right? I don't like for it to be black and white, but if I had to put it super simply, I want you to put the body in a position where you can pop the weight off the floor with your quads. So hips forward, knees forward. And then I want you to finish after you clear the knee with the hips or posterior chain. So glutes primarily driving forward into the bar. At no point do I cue pull your shoulders back or look up. I don't want to encourage any kind of extension because I know how hard that is to get out of. And I have guys that haven't even been training 5 years that are still stuck in that power. It's just it's a very difficult, it's a bit of a mind fuck, right? We have a weight in front of us. I think it's going to pull me forward, so I need to pull back. Unfortunately, that's not always the best case.
Yeah. Where's the head position? Neutral or chin down?
I like a neutral spine, and bear in mind neutral is it's a range, right?
Yes.
So I don't want to be too far in extension or flexion is the best way to put it. So for simplicity, we call it neutral.
Yeah.
I want the neutral neck. A little bit of kyphosis through the upper back is fine. That's a natural curvature. Braced core, slightly extended through the lumbar again, is a natural curvature. As long as your erector tone doesn't scream lumbar hyperextension, I'm okay. But like I said, that's a super prevalent one, so that's one that stays on my radar pretty heavily. But yeah, as far as the neck goes, it hurts me. I've used the term Pez head. It hurts me to watch as soon as we lose that, the upper back just goes, right? I lost all of my T-spine extension because I gave it up by staring at the ceiling and did nothing for my lift. So
where would I'm still looking at the head from that neutral position, right? Because I'll see two extremes. I'll see the one that you're talking about, right? Then I'll see the other, which there's a lot of people have been coached to actually keep their head down, like way down, right? Instead of, and it's just, to me, it's like more of a chin tuck type of thing. But it can become very nuanced where it's when you have that degree of nuance. I'm trying to put my head into the people that are listening here, trying to figure out where it should be. And I almost want to say, don't even worry about it if the other ones are where it's supposed to be. it shouldn't be that big of a factor as long as it's not to either extreme.
Right.
Would that be where you would fall with that?
For the most part, yeah. If it's someone, like I said, if I had someone like me, if I were coaching me, and I have this known tendency of hyperextension, I will cue myself head down.
No, I get it.
Because I know my case. I have some, let's just say blank sheet. I have someone who's biomechanically, they're very functional and they're healthy. I want neutral everything to the best of their ability. Yeah.
Well, I think you make a good point there where, and if I'm teaching somebody through one of the clinics that I have out here, I go out of my way to tell them, whatever I'm going to cue you may not actually be what it really is. It's just going to be what's going to get you to do what you need to do.
Set of directions.
So like what you're saying there, it may actually be, somebody, if it's me, I may be look down, and somebody could watch that being filmed, be like, what the fuck? Like, it's not what's really happening. It actually ends up being neutral because not an overcorrection, but it's the cue that works for that. Where I think the takeaway is what do you feel?
Yeah.
Right. Because after a while, especially with like feet and stuff like that, sometimes I got to tell some people do this. Sometimes I got to tell like all kinds of funky ass shit just to get it flat, and that's fine until they show their buddy the video of when they were out here. I'm like, why in the fuck was he telling you to like sit back on your heels? It's not what you're doing. Right. But I think that becomes important. Because especially if you're coaching people, and you're using cues like that, they need to understand, for like the fourth time so far that we've said this, and it's going to become a bigger thing. They need to know what it's supposed to feel like.
Yeah.
And then the cue actually won't even be needed anymore.
And I reference this a lot. I'm sure I get on a lot of people's nerves, but I'm like, I need you to create retraction tension, but I don't want you retracted. So don't retract your shoulders, but tension as if you were going to retract your shoulders. And that's just like early on, you can see like it's like does not compute. Yeah. I'm like, it's just something you got to keep in your mind for later. Go feel. You have to feel it. One of my biggest deadlift cues just a couple years back was think less, feel more. I'm tired of people worrying about the head, worrying about this and that, worry the shoulder. Go feel. Tell me what you feel, and then we'll go from there. Because if you're just not getting the cueing that I'm trying to give you initially, because just something isn't connecting the way I'm presenting or the words I'm using, then let's go by your system. Tell me what you feel, and we'll backtrack from there. But the other thing that's important with the cueing is a lot of people don't think about the context. With the neck example that you just, two good examples, conventional pulls and my low bar squat. Whenever I got back into heavy raw training, I think I was training for Raw Unity 8 in DeLand, and that was 2015 or so. I had only primarily been training with my gym crew in multiply. So all they've ever known me to be is a multiply lifter. So I start low barring and just trying to keep the neck neutral and stuff like that. And they're like, look up, don't let your head down. I'm like, I just have to face it. I'm not going to sit there and fight with them about it. They're just looking out for me. They're thinking they're being helpful. So I just tune it out, but I'm like, it's not like I was looking down. I was straight. I was neutral. But with that hip hinge we were talking about, being neutral means at the bottom of the squat, I'm looking 2 foot in front of me at the floor. Conventional start position, I'm looking 2-3 foot in front of me at the floor. Now my sumo start position, I'm looking across the room at the wall. My neck position isn't different. It's just that my torso position was. So they're like, oh, I thought you wanted my head up for deadlifts. I'm like, I didn't want your head down on sumo pulls. I don't want your head up for conventional pulls because your torso says floor, but your head says like ceiling. Like, we need this to match up, and that's what's important. Yeah, your segments need to match up if we're going to create like a fully functional and a fully solidified core. Core being anything neck to nuts. Yeah, upper body included.
when you go to your clients and 3 years ago, as you said, and you said, tell me what you feel. I'm really interested to know what those answers were at first.
Fuck, man. Yeah.
Well, it's a process, right? It's a process, right? So it's, where does that start? Like when they come back, they're like, what the fuck? What do you mean? Are they like telling you like the Neuralink felt sharp in their hands? I mean, you get where I'm going here.
Yeah.
How close were they?
It could get real weird. For the most part, they were pretty spot on with giving me the info I needed. Like, I feel a lot in my lumbar, or I feel like my shoulders are pulled forward, or just those types of things. So pretty spot on with what I was trying to get out of them so that I could hopefully better direct them moving forward. But a lot of times, man, you'd be surprised. Like, people don't have a clue what they feel because they just never stop to think about it. They're just like, lift a thing. I'm like, well, you know, did that feel very heavy in your hamstrings or your glutes? Not really. I didn't feel those muscles really working. I'm like, all right, well, did you feel a lot in the quads? Not really. Something's got to be moving this weight.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's do it again and focus on what you feel. So a lot of it is just getting them to slow down and focus on truly what they're feeling. And I don't want to get all hippy dippy with the bullshit, but like some of those guided meditation type of things,
yes,
those modalities are actually really helpful for like clearing your mind. And like when they say like feel at your toes and then tense everything in the foot and up the calf and up the leg, like doing those types of things will really put you in tune with your sensations and your proprioception and stuff like that. Whereas if you never practice that skill, how would you get good at it? Right? Some of it is biologically natural, but natural for me might be different for you, different from the guy with a fucking traumatic brain injury. You know, we've all been hit in the head plenty of times.
No, you're not going to get pushback on me on that one because it's, when I was in high school, I went through this flotation tank thing, this visualization type thing, and all this meditation type thing as part of an experiment for the University of Toledo as a lifter. So a lot of this was exposed to me very, very young.
When was that?
When I was in high school, you know, so 17, you know, something like that. And I started competing when I was like almost 13, so like 13, I'm like 2 weeks away, so whatever. But unfortunately, I just ended up that way to where, or in this thing where visualization, all these things that would have been, you know, foreign, actually still are foreign to most people, became part of that, you know, and how things feel became a big part of that, which helped me to connect something just with the gear before things started to just physically get whacked. I mean, it's whacked out. Point was, I call it tactical cueing. Like I know where the same things that you were talking about, kind of doing the same things, but based upon like, where did this feel tight in the suit? Like the suit doesn't feel like it's supposed to in this spot. I need to move here. So I use this tactical, and actually I think a lot of multiply and even single ply lifters unconsciously do this. And then when they go raw, their lifting goes to fuck because it goes to fuck all because they have no feedback loops. And then after a couple months of training, it goes back up again, and then they'll credit it to X training program. And it's like, no, man, you just reestablished these feedback loops, but had to find new feedback tactical cues.
It's because the two sports are so very different in feel, they can fuck with one another. And that's a good point actually that I was talking to Amy about just a couple weeks ago. The difference in raw lifting versus gear, other than what's on the surface, because like raw lifters just think like, oh, you throw on the gear, you lift more weight.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, we have that debate and this, that, but on like a deeper level, like what is actually different there? Like we're having to engage different muscles. We're having to pull ourselves down or try and coerce a bar down. Whereas raw, it's just like gravity does the work.
Yeah.
I do the unwork. And it's just that black and white, sort of.
Yeah.
In gear, it's all of a sudden now things are backwards, right? I have to work to get down. What the fuck is that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it's a bit of a mind fuck. But like you were saying about the tactile feedback and stuff, I've also known guys that lifting in gear helped them learn to get in better positions raw, because they didn't know what it was to drive the knees out against something. So having that brief on or suit on or whatever it was they were using, like, gave them like, okay, there's something here. I can spread the floor now. Whereas spreading the floor, knees out, whatever other cues when they were lifting raw just didn't work for them. They couldn't figure it out.
See, that one, I can see it with that, and I can see it with some other things. I can't see it with like the binding of the hips, you know, in the front of the hips, especially with the gears you go down. It's kind of like a broomstick being, you know, wedged in your hips to know where you're at. Yeah. You know, that's not going to be there raw unless your legs, unless you're fucking Dan Bell. I guess maybe it would be, right?
Depends on how tight.
Yeah, it depends about how big that is. What other surface differences have you seen between the multiply and the raw? Because I see more similarities than I actually see differences.
I mean, like, if we're talking specifically, like, let's just say squat descent, or even deadlift setup. That's the easier one. Raw, we get into position, we wedge, you know, we're creating some tension, spreading the floor, knees out, whatever you want to call it. But you don't have to pull yourself down there, right? So I'm not hard engaging hip flexors just to get down there. I'm not hard engaging erectors just so the suit doesn't fold me over forward. And that's why deadlift is the one that's particularly tough for me still, is like, once I get the straps up and everything's so tight and it's tough to get down, when I'm wedging in, my shoulders just want to push back against the straps of the suit, and then I end up arched. And it's like, without the suit, this is so much easier of a process. And that's why I totally agreed with you. Like, it just feels like it makes deadlift more fucked up and harder. But very similar, like in the squat descent, let's say you're trying to hit depth with a light opener and you can't quite get down there. Never in a raw squat, even if you can't hit depth in a raw squat, you're not pulling with your psoas and TFL and all your other hip flexors to get down to depth. That would be unheard. You'd probably get hurt, but that's unheard of, right? So it's just a very different thing. You're activating antagonist muscles that aren't meant to be naturally part of that lift raw. So now we're changing firing patterns, and it's just, I think that's why a lot of guys don't do crossover, aside from the fact that walking out sucks. I think a lot of the multiply guys, they don't want to do raw because of the difference there, and it takes too much time and risk of injury, and the raw guys don't want, same fucking reasons, just a bunch of excuses. What it comes down to is it's just very different, and you got to take time to fucking learn it, just like anything else.
Yeah. Before getting into the assessments, I want to talk about your meat strategy, because this was something that Seth threw out at me, actually, that with a lot of the meets that you've done well in, you weren't, and I don't know how people would say you projected, like who the fuck is project? Like, say you were projected, and I think that's what he said. So there's a lot of meets where he would projected to be like 9th, but then he ended up 3rd. I don't know what the whole projected kind of means, because you don't know who's fucked up, who's going to bomb out, who's not going to bomb out. But this plays into the meet strategy, right? If you sit back, so walk me through your meet strategy now, not what it was as you started, because we all kind of learn along the way. But, and not this 1,000-pound squat here. So it's, say, the last WPOs that you've been in. How do you lay out your strategy for the meet, or do you not even do it at all?
This will probably be a little anticlimactic for you, but I do my best to mind my fucking business. Like, it doesn't matter to me how good that guy is. I'm here to do my best. And if I'm going to focus on me, I'm going to be less likely to make mistakes if I'm not worried about everyone else. So, I mean, as far as meet attempts and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's where I'm going.
I have a goal, a realistic goal, and I'll work backwards from that, right? So if I want to hit 1,000, maybe I open 9, I jump 950, I go 1,000. I got a backup plan if things don't feel good. I got maybe a contingency plan if things are just super good. I don't think that's ever happened, but
no, but we all dream.
I got an A and a B.
Yeah.
But a lot of it's just based on the training, what numbers do I think are there, and what do I have to do to make that happen?
I think the key word you used was realistic. So explain that. Because you work with lifters, right? I mean, that's a big part of the percentage of the people that you're working with. You know what their realistic is if they just been in the sport a couple years. It's completely not fucking realistic. So how do you unpack that realistic?
It's a good question. I think that's probably a little different for everyone. It helps that I don't want lifts. I don't want specific numbers. I gauge my potential based on how things felt. And early on, I know, like, let's just say there was one meet where I was really wanting to take a crack at 11. I didn't get anywhere near that. Like, not even fucking close. But I knew well beforehand, like, I hit some pretty big numbers in training. I hit that 1065, like I said, with Lou calling me. And I was like, all right, like, this is, maybe I can do this. And I forget what the band setup was, but he's like, when AJ hit this, he squatted whatever was 11 something. I was like, all right, well, fuck, if Lou says maybe I can. You know, fast forward the next 5 or 6 squat sessions, I was just like, I can't pick for shit. Like, at that point, I think we had just gotten my mono over to the gym, so it wasn't, my pick was still rusty because I had only been on a mono X amount of time. I'd been picking out one of those little swinging J racks.
Yeah.
And I could just never get a good pick. So even though I felt very strong, I didn't feel capable of taking the shot at 11. So I never planned on it. I just went for a small PR, tried 1070 and missed that. So it's less so about, I'm going to choose a number based on what I think is there, not what I want. I don't even consider what I want, because that's just hopes and dreams. You know?
Yeah.
And as far as how I dictate that number, just, I guess, years of experience.
So does that change when you get through the subtotal and now it's the deadlift? At that point, are you paying attention to where everybody else is and starting to pick numbers based upon that? Or your hand, that's not going to be you, it'd be whoever would be handling you. Are they, or do you not even give a fuck about that?
So I've only done that maybe 3 meets total. And I think I've done right around 50 meets.
Yeah.
So 3 total, where 2014, I went head-to-head with Manuth at the Arnold. And it just so panned out that after subtotal, I think we both pulled our openers. He was a little ahead of me. We both pulled our seconds. He may have missed. I can't quite recall. I was just a little behind him. If he missed his third and I got my third, I would pull ahead for the win. If I didn't hit my third, I wouldn't even place.
Yeah.
So, like, that to me was one of the most exhilarating meet moments for me. Having head-to-head competition, but also knowing I won't even podium if I don't pull this lift. So I did play the numbers game there, and that panned out in my favor. Another one that was very similar, the first time I squatted at Grand at the Westside Invitational that Donnie held, I was going head-to-head with Jimmy Pacifico. We ended up tying, and he won by 0.1 body weight. That was fucking heartbreaking. But I played the numbers game there, and I even dropped my third. And I don't know, this might just be an excuse or whatever. I feel like I thought it was going to be easier than it was. And I maybe didn't set up as well as I should have, and I lost my grip. Had I left the number heavier, would I have pulled it? Probably fucking not.
Yeah.
But now it makes me question it, and I regret it. Right? I should have just gone for the fucking heavier pull. If I missed it, I still wouldn't have ended up any different.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I don't like playing the numbers game. I like to just focus on what I know or what I think is a realistic potential capability for me at that meet, and then I get as close to that as I can.
All right. Now with your clients, you know, it's a weird name for, I don't like that name, but with the people that you're helping, right? How do you teach them the selection of their attempts for the meet?
It's my hope that over time they'll kind of adopt a similar system. I don't think everyone needs to believe what I believe and think the way that I think. I think
that's why I said teach. I was trying to be very meticulous.
Yeah, there's plenty of room for variance and still make a productive environment and make someone who's going to make wise decisions moving forward. So, but I'll treat it very similarly. I'll say, what is your goal? Because they'll say, where am I going to open? Well, let's talk about your goal. Well, it depends on what my first and second. No, it doesn't. What is your goal? Well, I don't really know. I'm not asking you what you think you can hit. What would make you happy at this meet, but still seems realistic, right? We need those two to meet, and then we build a plan around that. Because I don't care what you want if it's not realistic, and it's not something you need to know right now. We have weeks to test that out, and that'll tell us if it's a realistic option or not. So maybe that is part of the answer to the question as far as figuring out what's realistic. I'll test attempts leading into the meet. That way I know. I may not take my third attempt goal straight weight, but if I take it with like a reverse monster mini and I barely grind it out or I miss it, it's no longer a realistic goal, is it? It's off the fucking table. Yeah. I don't care. Even if I'm having a bad day, if I take a reverse monster mini taking 100 and 110 pounds out of the hole and I miss that lift, this cycle, that's not an option. I don't care who you are. So we'll build the plan backwards, like what will make you happy, and also other little factors like, are we going to have competition? How much do we need to fine tune your thirds to make sure that you come out as best lifter or first place or win the cat, whatever it is. For that particular meet. So I think just getting them to develop a system that works for them is the goal, and how you do that with each person is a little bit different, but I just kind of start with the way that I do things, and then I help guide them with their own system.
Okay, I get it. What, with staying with the clients and what I liked going through your stuff and speaking to you now is you seem to be more oriented into teaching the people that you're working with, right? To not coaching. To me, there's a difference between the coaching and the teaching, because the teaching can last forever, right? It also provides an environment for them to actually become a teacher at some point, which is going to enable them to actually learn better too. And I think that you've probably found that out yourself. As soon as you start helping more people, all of a sudden you start learning a lot faster, and reinforces everything that you're putting in there. With the number of years that you've been doing this, because you're not new at doing this either. You know, I could say you're probably one of the, goddamn, I don't want to make you sound old, like one of the pioneers of actually doing this shit online, right? What's the, if I'm trying to come at this from the potential client, like what should they be looking for in the people that they're looking at as a coach? Because to me, there's a difference between what you do and programming. Like programming to me is just buy the fucking ebook, to be honest, because basically what you're getting is just somebody sending you each week from somebody else's ebook each week anyhow, you know, compared to what you do. What should they be looking for, right? Because I got this whole thing of here's the experience of like 6 things to be able to look for. And that's kind of cool at a super, you know, at a global level to be able to look at it. But you've been doing this for so long, you've had people that you jive with and people you don't jive with. People that would probably be better working with other people that are going to be better working for you, where there's going to be certain commonalities that are going to stick out. Or what are some of those that would come to your brain?
As far as people that I think
that would gravitate more towards what you do, because that's going to, even if we can just use you as an example, like what's the optimal client for you, optimal client relationship for you, because that means it's working on both ways at a high environment. That's going to be the same if it's them working with somebody else. It's the same environment. It just may not be you. It may be somebody else. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you got to have an open mind. You got to be willing to learn. You got to be willing to get uncomfortable doing things that you were probably taught different, there's a reason you came to me, right? Obviously, you heard through the grapevine, or you saw something that you thought you could benefit from. So you have to trust that. If you just come to me and you don't trust my modalities, or you don't trust the things I'm saying, it's not like I'm not willing to explain the things, but if you don't trust it, it's not going to work, period. So you have to, I don't want to say follow blindly, but sometimes it might feel that way. I want them to understand biomechanics. You don't have to understand everything. You don't have to know everything I know. I just want you to understand the little things that will help make your particular situation more optimal. So let's say you have a hip thing. I need you to understand a lot of hip mechanics. Do you need to know how the little toe moves? Probably not, right? So we focus on the things that are most important to you. And if I'm talking to you about your hip health and your back injury that's related to it, and your eyes glaze over and you lose interest, it's not going to work, right? So I need you to hold interest in something that's going to benefit you, because I'm pouring my all into you. And if you don't respect that, why would I want to do that? Right? So being a forever student is what I like to call it. Like, I'm a forever student. I don't know everything, but I'm pretty fucking good at finding things out, and I won't sleep right until I find the answers to the problems. And I feel like that's part of what makes someone a good coach, is they don't have to know everything. They don't even have to be the best at presenting or executing the cues or the information. It's, you have to care enough to get to the final destination no matter what. Like, you can't give up as a coach or the athlete, right? You have to work together. You can't just be like, oh, this is something I fucking hate victim mentality. Yeah. This is just something I have a bad back. You had a back injury. There's a difference. You have a bad attitude is what you fucking have, right? Even if it still hurts, I'm not saying it's not a problem, but you have to think about how you think about it. And if you can't come out with a positive outlook on whether it be training, injury, stress, like all the things that affect what we do and how we recover, you just have to have a positive outlook on them, because I'm not going to be your fucking cheerleader, right? That's just not my type. If you need someone like that, go see someone else. I'm here to present the info. I'm going to be very clear and direct. It doesn't mean I'm not going to fucking cheer you on, and I'm not going to tell you when you do a good job. Like, I do all those things, but it's just not in my personality type to be overzealous about it. Right? I'm very analytical. I'm very, like, you did good here, but here's where we can get better. Yeah. Here's where it was inefficient. That was really fast and powerful, but it was just a little inefficient. If you do this, this, and this, we can probably get 5 reps there instead of 3. Or you can make that look like an opener. You know? So you got to be willing to take the feedback more objectively and detach emotion. If you have a lot of emotion, probably not going to go well here. Yeah. At least with our exchanges. Now, I've had people where there were periods where it was rough and it's completely smoothed out. It was just me getting to know you, you getting to know me, and then us getting a feel for how each person handles words or tone or presentation of the information, whatever it is. So I will bend over backwards to try and work with anyone of any type of learning style, as long as you're not an asshole. Yeah.
I think one of the bigger things that you touched on there was, is the coach open to new ideas? Just throughout the things that we've talked about thus far, there's been several things that you're like, man, I was kind of like way fucked up and wrong on all that, and if you weren't open to new ideas, then you wouldn't have, some of these things are radical changes that you were talking about. I mean, big pivots from what you were taught and what you were doing and probably wholeheartedly believed, at that time. And to be able to get to a certain point, to be able to look at that and say, there's a lot of people that wouldn't do it. They wouldn't say, look, this probably isn't optimal. Hell, it might have just been just straight up wrong. I'm sure we all know a lot of people that they're going to do everything in their power to not say that. They're going to go out of their way for the other thing. And then that becomes detrimental to whom they're teaching, because then they're stuck in this rut. Now, what if that person ends up being that special case that you are up till 2 a.m. trying to figure out what the fuck happened for? You're not going to do that. right? Because to be able to find that answer, you're going to have to look in places you may not have ever looked before, right?
Yeah.
Let's take another break, and then we're going to come back, and I want to dig into the assessment part, which is the part that I've been looking forward to the whole time. It's just like getting through the history shit, right? All right, we're back again. I've had a story for each time we've restarted. So I have another one that I almost forgot about, but this is probably one of the better ones because it leads into a couple of different things, and it comes from Trevor. There was, I don't know what time it was, or when it was, but you were squatting 1050 in the gym, and you're known for being this level, headed personality, just right like this, and people watching this have seen it, right? Mm-hmm. So you unrack 1050, and somebody, walks in front of you, right? And like most people, it frustrates the shit out of you because it's like the one thing you don't do. While holding the bar, you just said, hey, Roger, can you step out of the way so I can squat this real quick? So how's that story come to be? Because I laughed out loud when I read that one because that's funny.
I don't like the idea of being mentally fragile or having little things that don't physically impede the lift, actually impede the lift. So I fucking hate that this is one of my few things, but I've been that way since day one. I can remember in high school setting up for a clean and jerk, and just some parent off in the bleachers, and I would be like getting ready, and they just happen to be in my line of sight, and I would be like trying to notion like, hey, like, can you just... Of course, they don't know. They probably thought I was having a fucking twitch or something, But yeah, that was one Sunday we were training at Storm, and the deadlift platform that's pretty much right across the way, the guy just stepped on the platform, and he was just watching me, and I was just like...
Oh, he was watching you?
Oh, fuck, man.
That's even creepier.
Yeah, I mean, I know... Like,
no, I get it.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with him, so he was just... trying to be respectful and not deadlift while I was squatting, but didn't still think about the fact that he was right in front of me. And I was just like, oh man. And I tried to do it calm, but like when you're braced and you have your weights on, you still sound like an asshole no matter what.
Yeah.
So I was just like, hey, can you?
Well, I think that one made me laugh because that seems to be one thing gym etiquette wise that's slowly starting to drift away. And it drives me nuts because say if I'm squatting, I have something I'm focusing on. And now granted, after I begin to descend, I'm probably not focusing on anymore at all. But if somebody's just like fucking like standing there, like it's even worse. I mean, if they're like looking in your eyes, that's like some creepy ass shit right there. Yeah, that's like kind of fucked up. Yeah. But if they're just like standing there, like looking to the side or walk like right in front of you while you're doing it, it's like, man, like somebody needs to like pull them aside and say, look, it takes 2 seconds to like stop or just go around the perimeter, and stuff like that. So I wanted to bring it up just so people listening would know. That's like an ethic thing that you just shouldn't do.
Yeah.
And I'm going to take it a step further and say, if you're the person that does that, then it's guaranteed at some point in your career, you're going to miss a lift that you really wanted to make.
A little bit of karma. Yeah.
Put some like karma shit on there.
Yeah. I'm unfortunately pretty bad about that. And I agree, like in the descent, like everything gets fuzzy anyway, but I do feel like there's some importance to depth perception and just that. I don't know enough of the science to fully explain this, but as far as how the eyes work and being able to connect to different parts of the body and the muscles firing and stuff like that stuff is related. Now, this was an aside. I can remember one meet where it was one of Kieran's. We were at some hotel, fucking chandelier right in the face of right in front of the mono. So 4 or 5 of us fell backwards. Like was the platform fucked or was it that goddamn chandelier right there in our face? Because it was just, it's so aggressive. And I feel the same way now. Like if I squat on a mono facing a wall, like I'm 2 foot in front or the wall's very close, I like my balance feels fucked. Yes. I'm like, man, am I that mentally fragile now? Like this sucks.
You know what? I think there's something to that because the whole time, the majority of the time, I mean, I was at Westside for 14 years or something like that. 12 of them, I was in the dimmers location, which was a smaller one. And the monolift did face the wall. And it always did. I mean, go to meet, it really didn't make that much difference, I suppose. And there's blood and shit all over the wall. But when he moved to the location he's in now, the first thing that happened was to flip that around. That fucked me up for a while, which was weird because it never fucked me up at a meet. I'm like, why is this fucking me up in the gym? But it didn't in the meet. So ever since then, any time I've ever had, they're always, flip that other way, just from that standpoint.
Now that you mention it, so the garage gym that I trained in, my mono was always facing the wall.
Yeah.
It never bothered me. At that point, I was still like nearly staring at the ceiling.
Bet that's it. Yeah.
So that might be part of it. However, I can recall like one time I was trying to check like my hip imbalances and stuff like that, and I squatted backwards in the mono, and that didn't affect me at all. Like there was nothing weird, other than I only had two spotters, one on each side, and I was fucking terrified without a back spotter. Like when that rack swings back, if it hits you and throws you forward, that was terrifying. But being out in the open after suddenly, switching didn't bother me. Which is real weird.
No, it is.
Psychology is fucky, man.
It is crazy, especially with stuff like this. And the depth perception, now you got my head turning on that. To me, it was more just head position. I have this focus, or if I'm working with somebody, it's like here. And it can be, to the point you made earlier, for some people, it can be the collar's on a floor. For other ones, it might be here. For other ones, it may be, it's never like, way up there. But everybody's eyes perception, where they focus, change. Not everybody's always the same. Yeah. It can be kind of close. With the assessment part, to get into that, you have, I don't even know for sure what it is. This is why this is going to be a good conversation. So you have movements that you have I don't want to say they're warm-up movements, because they're assessment movements that you're using before you train. So we'll just go with you personally, and then we'll go with kind of how you guide it through clients. But I'm going to assume some of it's global and some of it's personal, as anything would be, where you use those movements to determine what needs to be activated, what needs to be shut off, what needs. Some may be what may just dictate that this day can't be the day you thought it was going to be. Right. So how did that come to be? And then what does that look like for a squat day? Or just forget that. It could be every day. It could be the same things every day for all I know. Mm-hmm. So how did it come to be would be the first question.
Once I started educating myself more on like biomechanics and why faults in the lift occur, I realized that it's important for the joints to run through a full range of motion actively, not passively. So can I run through shoulder flexion, extension, internal, external rotation on my own free will? Because that's going to show me if I have any kind of major imbalances between the muscles that surround that joint. I will not be able to actively run through that. Now, let's say if I do it passively, you come over here, I'm laid down, fully relaxed. You might be able to move my shoulder all kinds of ways because I'm not activating the muscles for the imbalance to present. So you can look at passive. That'll show you kind of if you have joint restriction in a different way that maybe active will present that passive didn't. So I think it's important to utilize different modalities, but the main thing I try and instill in everyone, because most of my guys and girls, they don't have knowledgeable hands that have someone help them run through this. And I get like, we're all busy and we don't want to ask people for help and stuff, especially if you're trained by yourself primarily. Yeah. You're going to ask a random stranger to come over here and watch you do bendy things. But once I realized, like, all right, the joints need to be able to run through a specific range of motion. One, just to stay healthy and be able to do this for a long time. But two, to actually do the movement that I'm training that day. So let's just say, like you mentioned, squat in general. I know that I'm going to need some shoulder mobility to get under the bar. I know that I'm going to need some hip mobility to be able to hit depth, or else I'm just going to be squatting high. Or another worst case scenario, I'm going to be forcing that depth in a range that the body can't own. And when I use the word own, I mean, am I able to run through this range of motion without an external stimulus forcing me into it.
Yeah.
Can I squat to depth with no weight on my back or holding a weight? If you can't, I'm not saying you can't squat and you can't excel at the squat. I'm saying your squat isn't optimal. I don't care about your feelings on the matter. That's just a fact. Number two, you're putting yourself at higher risk for injury. Why would I want to do that if I can do a few exercises, mitigate the issue, and not have to worry about it, right? And then chances are, three, I'll be able to produce more force whenever I own positions that I need to travel in and out of, right? So for a very long time, like I had chronic quad tightness. That's what ended up leading to the knee, chronic hip tightness. You know, my mobility was very subpar at best, even though under a barbell, I look very mobile. I can do the movements, no problem. Like, better than people should be able to do them that are as immobile as I am. I think that's just from so many years of forcing my body to do it. I can still do it under the barbell. But you ask me to do something very basic, like cross my foot up to my knee, I can't do that.
Yeah.
Which sucks. Joe Jordan can do that.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I'm like, how is it that I became this immobile, but I work on this stuff, I know how to handle this stuff, and I can still move very well under a barbell, right? I think it was just years and years and years of the abuse and the adaptations that my body formed to fucking stay in somewhat one piece that have now put me in this unique scenario where I'm a special case that I can't fucking solve.
Well, it becomes a weird case too, right? Because if you've laid down compensation patterns to protect you, then there's a risk of unfucking that compensation pattern because then you're not protected.
Right.
So that becomes the interesting part that I'm waiting to hear about is like, how's this play out?
Yeah. So that's definitely a part of the system.
Yeah.
So in general, let's just say all the major joints. So we're going to be looking at like neck rotation because neck and back problems are super prevalent.
Yep.
Shoulder, hip.
Ankle.
If someone presents with an ankle immobility issue, so like your squat sucks because of your ankles,
Yeah.
or your deadlift sucks because of your ankles, then we definitely address that.
Yeah.
Or it shows up in your accessory work, like you lunge like shit, but you squat perfectly. I still want to work on it. And that's where I lose a lot of folks. Like, but my lifts are going well. I'm like, I understand that, and that's fucking fantastic, and you need to enjoy that while it's lasting. But this is still a problem. And this, just because you swept it under the rug, isn't going to go away. It's only going to get worse over time because as you get stronger and stronger, those imbalances just become greater and greater.
Mm-hmm.
So it's important to address these things. And as early on as you can, it's going to be a little bit easier to unfuck them than you're looking at me, poor movement patterns for 20 years. It's very difficult. So as far as the neck and like torso rotation go, it's just very basic. Like, can I rotate this way without any stabbing pain? Do I have a somewhat reasonable range of motion? Like, if I could only go 30 degrees, like that's a glaring issue. You know, if I can get almost 90 degrees left, 90 degrees right, give or take 5-10 degrees, not a big deal. If there's some kind of stabbing pain or some kind of crazy imbalance, then we address that. What the fuck does my neck have to do with laying down on a bench press? Benching has fucked my neck up more than anything else other than BMX.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So don't fucking come at me with what's this have to do with that. I know a lot of guys that have nerve damage in the neck from benching. So it's not far-fetched. But anyway, rotation-wise, we do the same thing for the upper body. Cross the arms. Can I rotate the torso this way? Can I rotate that way? Does it feel relatively even? As far as restriction go, does it feel the same on the left and the right? Those aren't super common ones for us to be dealing with a whole lot, unless you're just like, I don't know, like you had fucking whiplash and they're like your body is hard guarding, because it doesn't take a lot of rotation to do what we do. However, that doesn't make rotation unimportant. The spine needs to be able to rotate, flex, extend, right? And then our core muscles to help stabilize the spine. So all of those little things, even if you're not actively doing them, they still play a role in keeping the joints healthy and protecting, you know, the spine.
So as you're doing this, you're looking for balance and pain.
Balance between the two sides.
Yes.
Pain and also limiting factor. So
All right.
like if I rotate this way and it's like, oh, my right trap is seemingly the limiting factor, and then I rotate to the left and it's still the right trap, that's weird, right? That's not the same thing. So we're looking at things like that. Shoulders and hips being like the super most common issues. Overhead flexion, like if I'm bench pressing, why do I need to worry about overhead? Again, because it dictates the way that your shoulders can move. Just because I can do this with this side and do this with this side doesn't mean they're actually moving the same way, right? So we check straight arm overhead flexion. That's just going to show us is the cuff muscles and the lat and the pec and upper, all the muscles that surround the shoulder, allowing it to move in an adequate range of motion. As a human being, we should be able to reach overhead. Can I? Not so great right now, but I'm working on it, right? And the important thing is that you're just actively trying to keep tabs on these things so that you can improve upon them. It doesn't mean you shouldn't train that day. And that's another rant. But
we're establishing a baseline.
right.
Okay.
So that I know week to week, is it at least getting a little bit better or not getting worse?
Yes.
Right? Because pain isn't your only indicator. If you start losing mobility, pain will follow.
Yes. So once you get below the waist, what are we doing here? Like lunging, or are you doing leg swings? What?
No. So all of this stuff will just be typically either on the floor or on the table. So
Got it.
very like clinical. Rotate this way, rotate that way. Same thing with the hip. The hip and the shoulder are pretty similar. And we look at rotation, we look at hip flexion, we look at hip extension. Same thing, shoulder extension, flexion, internal, external rotation. As far as what is adequate, it's going to be a little bit different for everyone. I have very little hip rotation if I'm like in a clinical setting trying to demo it, but I have no issues seemingly during the barbell lifts with my hip mobility or anything like that. Like I have no problem squatting to depth. Even with a body weight squat, I can get down there well. Again, if you ask me to put my foot on my knee, it's not going to happen. Like I have to hard force that motion. So they're not necessarily like, you can't lift if you can't do these things, or you're going to get hurt if you can't do these things. Again, it's just something that I want you to keep tabs on to improve from a longevity standpoint, but also to maximize our lifts.
Yes.
While we train.
So this is as soon as you walk in, this is the first things that you're doing.
Right.
So they're not walking on a treadmill. They're not doing anything first. This is straight up first thing.
The warm up that I have set out is very thorough. So I waste no time on something that's not going to directly make my lifts better. So no, I don't give anyone treadmill or bike or anything. I used to do that. And it's not like it's a bad warm up. It's just that there's only so many hours in the day and I have a lot of stuff to work on before I touch that bar.
Yeah.
So we're looking at, like I said, hip rotation. If I can get, 45 external, maybe 30 internal, that would be like plenty adequate for anything that we're going to do under a barbell. Now, some of the accessory movements that are more guided at being agile and being athletic might require a little bit more, but because those aren't nearly as loaded, I don't stress too much about like, if I'm doing a curtsy lunge, am I going to blow out my hip? Probably not, because I just squatted 1,000 last week and it was okay. It's just a means to show us where we can get better, right? And if I'm having a particular painful area, it's also an indicator how I'm going to fix that pain, right? Because a joint that doesn't move is a joint that hurts. And if the pain is there, I guarantee something is either getting impinged or it's not moving the way that it should, so something else is getting overworked. So it's a little bit of a puzzle, and this is where like the engineering background comes in, because I like solving problems. So it's like, here's the problem area, here's the things that surround it, here's my range of motion in whatever direction, here's the 1, 2, or 3 areas where I'm struggling with that range of motion. I now select from those associated muscles which ones are responsible for either driving that motion or that could inhibit that motion. And then like those are our prime suspects. We go one by one, test it either palpating, see if it's sensitive, range of motion wise. If I'm overly tight through the lat, like you'll see it, you can visually see it as the practitioner, or if you film yourself, you can see it. So there's different little things to check for, but this sounds a lot more tedious than it is. It might take, like I did a video demo/rant on this. It might take you 3 minutes to run through this. Now, correcting the issues and retesting might take another 10 minutes, 15 minutes. But either way, like it's not like it's very difficult to do the initial assessments. A couple minutes, boom, done. If I find something's problematic, I might go and release it, retest, good to go. Okay, not good to go. All right, something else. touching back on what you said as far as unfucking something and then being basically less stable because you took away that tightness that you had somewhere. That's the most critical element. I can't stress enough to people is like, I can usually get people on board to foam roll or roll on accumobility ball or palpate, or I fucking hate the massage gun, but sometimes they'll use that. That's fine. But we got to replace that instability. Otherwise, we're left fragile, right? We're left vulnerable in some area. So the body guarded that area for a reason. Maybe it was a trauma. Maybe it was overuse. It doesn't too much matter what the reason is. The point is, when I take that away, I have to giveth from somewhere, right? Either an antagonist muscle. So like, let's just say bicep, tricep, very simple, right? One flexes the elbow, one extends. If I take away a lot of tension from my bicep, now I'm loose through the tricep because the tricep had been hypotonic. The bicep had been hyper. Now I just kind of have a loose joint, which probably isn't ideal if I'm going to be taking a max bench today. So we need to kind of counteract with either the antagonist muscles to provide that tension on the other side, or with one of the synergistic muscles that aid, like the hip flexors group is a good example. 5 hip flexors, maybe 2 are tight, maybe 2 are underactive. This one's doing whatever. Instead of just necessarily releasing my 2 hip flexors and activating my hip extenders, maybe I activate the 2 that were underactive, and now I've got a team working together, and that stabilized my hip joint instead of just going for the activation of the antagonist. So you got to kind of learn the system and how to work through it to decide what gets released, what gets activated. Usually you're not going to go wrong with activating something. Activation is just typically an isometric hold. So it's very low impact, low risk of injury. If something hurts, you can stop it immediately. Like, I mean, we're talking like glute bridge.
Yeah.
You know, just very simple, basic stuff. Isometric hold against a band. Something goes wrong, I let go of the band, right? They're very safe. They're quick and easy to set up typically. And using an isometric hold just gives you time to sit there and process, like, if I'm in this glute bridge, do I feel my glutes firing hard? Yes. Do I feel them firing evenly? Mostly. Is there a lot of hamstring involved? Not so much. Is my lumbar trying to jump in, like the erectors trying to fire off because my pelvic tilt is off? Yeah, a little bit. All right, so like you have to have time. If I'm just pumping out reps of hip thrusters, I'm not going to feel that.
Yeah.
Right, so you have to spend the time to connect to the body, get familiar, find out what's going on. Like, your body has a set tone neurologically, and I don't want to get super sciencey because this isn't an area that I'm qualified and educated to speak on. I just know through a lot of research, and I've been there. Neurologically, the tone is set by the central nervous system. Not all things are set evenly, right? Over time, like I said, injury, trauma, overuse, whatever, bad posture, the way I slept, I got punched in the arm, the fucking bicep doesn't work right, whatever it is. The tensions are set, and they won't just reset on their own. Sometimes it takes intervention. This is why, like, you hear the cases where people take time off and it doesn't get any better. Well, if I leave that door open over there and I go home and I come back in the morning, is the door going to be closed? No, it's still open, right? The body works the same way. You have to address these things to restore the balance, or else the body feels unstable and it's going to stay in that protective guard until you fix it.
What is the mechanisms that you use for release?
Normally it'll be like a pin and stretch. So I'll use a thumb, accumobility ball, pain pill. Some areas I do like the foam roller for, but typically I find the foam roller is not quite aggressive enough.
Yeah.
So those types of things I will find trigger points throughout the muscle. So that's just where we're overly tight or overactive, bound up, sensitive, whatever you want to call it. Spend some, 30 to 60 seconds working that joint associated with that muscle through a range of motion. So let's just say the quad is an example. I could pain pill right here, pin into it. I'm going to straighten the knee, bend the knee, straighten the knee. So I'm elongating that muscle. I'm just getting that tissue to tone down some to get it to relax. And you can kind of influence that a bit with the breathing. Diaphragmatic breathing is very important for encouraging parasympathetic activity. So if you're like hitting it so hard that you can't like control your breaths and you're in that like clench mode, too hard. Like, you got to back off. It's going to be uncomfortable and it'll probably be a little painful, but you have to learn what's too hard and what's not hard enough.
Yeah.
right? And the other thing too is anytime you can incorporate range of motion is going to be much better than just sitting there. Especially with things like cupping. That's one of my biggest pet peeves. You go, I went to my chiro, she did some cupping and she put my hip back in place. First of all, I don't like anything you just said. Secondly, did you move around while the cups were on? No, I just laid there. I'm like, motherfucker. All right, I'll do your chiropractor's job. Come here. Your hip doesn't fall out of place. The other thing is how you do the release. So let's just say if I want something to tone down, think about it like being gentle, coercing the body. Again, it's going to be a little uncomfortable, but you do have to coerce the body into believing it's safe to release. If I do something hard and fast, that's an activator.
Yeah.
So if I want to activate something and I don't have like a convenient way to do isometric, let's say I'm on a fucking plane or something and I want to activate my pec, instead of looking fucking weird and using the headrest in front of me to do a pec fly, I might come in here and I'll do some active palpations with it, just cross fiber friction to get those muscle units online a bit better and just refresh that connection. I use that example because that's one of the biggest areas, like on a plane when we're folded in and crushed into the window.
Yeah.
When I flew up to the Arnold, I was still recovering from the knee. My pec was so fucked after that flight, and I could not get it to let up to save my life. So.
And then retesting.
Yeah, the retest is important. If you assess, see that you're fucked up, you do some stuff, and then you never retest, you don't know if some stuff was effective, right? So you could be wasting your time. You could be going after the wrong muscle. You could be not activating the correct muscle. Like I said, antagonist or synergist. Like the retest is very important. Again, it doesn't take a long time, 2 or 3 minutes.
So this whole process can take 5 minutes at the shortest, and 45 minutes at the longest if things are all fucked up. You keep retesting and it's not there and you got to go a different route.
That's seems fair. I am obviously I'm much more familiar with it, so I can run through it quickly.
Yeah.
But with practice, yes, as little as 5 minutes just to see what the fuck is going on today. How well am I moving? Because you can't just do that with a compound movement. Like you can tell if something's fucked up if it's not quite right, but you have no clue. Like barbell on your back, you go to squat and it's just like, something's off. Well, that doesn't tell me a whole lot. Right? I just know something's off.
Yeah. Are the same tests every time you go in the gym, or are they different for, say, squat days versus bench days? And
it will depend on the lifter. So again, like let's just say I first work with someone in person, I'll run through everything head to toe. That way I know at this point in time, this is the list of things you had going on. Now, 6-8 months later, like everything is clear and you just have like one shoulder thing, then we narrow down. Like I'm going to, shave away everything that we can and just focus on what's a problem currently and say maybe once a week or once every other week, run through the full assessments. The healthier you are, the less frequently you need to do it. The more banged up you are, you got to stay on top of this stuff or, it'll ruin the entire training cycle.
Now, if it's an online client, it's going to have to be fewer assessments from the jump too, I would assume, because it's a longer process, right?
The system isn't completely different. Like I'll just have them film everything just the same as if I were there in person. But yeah, as far as the activating and the release work, that does take more time for, especially if they're unfamiliar with how to do anything like that at all.
Yes. Did you arrive at this, or how did you arrive at this? Like, what was the process? Because I can tell you some of the shit that I do, right? Which is not that, right? But it could be probably something you may have been doing 5-6 years ago, to arrive at this. So it's, for instance, if it's a squat day for me, I'm going to come in, I'm going to walk around. And then as I'm walking around, I am going to twist. Like just as I'm walking around talking to people, I am moving some things to figure out, is this even? No, it's not. Okay. If this is not even, then do I need to do like push my knee against a rack as an isometric type of thing? And then after a while, I'll just body weight free squat on a box, you know, no suit sprees or anything like that. Can I apply, first off, can I do it without pain? Then can I do it without pain and apply force evenly through both? If I can't, like something's off, then I'll get on the foam roller or whatever it is. And I'm not rolling to roll things out. I'm rolling to figure out where it fucking hurts.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh shit, this hurts, right? It could be IT band, it could be adductor or whatever it is. The correction isn't that. You know, the correction may be, it's not a Theragun, it's a fucking percussor. So you can go different, you can go very low frequency, or I got stupid power plate over there that, you know, vibrating squat. And anyhow, I find whatever it is to be able to, then I'll go back and it's a ghetto version, you know, of kind of what you're talking about, which leaves a lot of, I can't grab a fucking bar. So I'm not really too concerned with my shoulder on that day, because I use safety squat bar, spider bar. This is what it is, right? But I do not want it to get worse. Right. So I'm not, for those listening, I'm not neglecting it. It's not gotten worse since 2004. It's just not gotten a whole lot better, but I'm cool with all that. Then, you know, from there, I've been exposed to different things like RPR and all these other type of activations. So I may actually use, you know, a trigger wheel or something to kind of arrive at that same in a fucked up way. Like this, what you're presenting is a very structured way, which seems way easier, by the way.
That is the goal.
Like way fucking easier. Like 1, 2, 3, 4. No, here's this, here's this, here's this. Did you arrive at that through like a ghetto process like I'm using?
Not so much. Not that I didn't do those things, because I did, but that wasn't part of what led to kind of the way that I handle it now. The main driving factor, I was applying for a job at Athletic Apex, opened up a gym in Sanford. Have you ever heard of that gym?
Yes.
So they don't have personal trainers. They have bionetics specialists. Before you do anything, and this is exactly how I do it, throw you on the table. They would run through those ranges of motion. They'll pull out the little goniometer. They 38 degrees.
That's
right.
Yeah.
So it's a bit more, however you want to word that, anal about the measurements than the way I go about it. So like my goal with all of this type of stuff, if I don't make it digestible and I don't make it a little convenient, the fucking lifters aren't going to do it.
Yeah.
So I have to teach them how to do it. I have to explain why it's important for them to do it. And then I have to be able to produce results for them to keep doing it. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of it is just education at first, and then getting them in the flow. And then once they see and feel the difference, like everyone that starts working with me is like, after 2 weeks, I feel so much better when I take my first warm-up sets. Like by the time I get to the barbell lifts, I feel great. I was like, fucking perfect, because that's what I'm going for. I don't like those first couple sets or couple reps where you feel like your joints are rusted and you're breaking the rust off to get them to move freely. I want to circumvent that entire process, because there are days where, and I've had those days where it doesn't matter how many sets you do at 135, the shit just ain't freeing up.
Yeah.
It ain't going to fucking happen today. All right. I guess I don't squat today, or I push it and I risk getting hurt. Who's going to not squat today?
I know.
No one
I know. That's the different discussion, which we'll have here in a minute.
But yeah, that gym, Athletic Apex, was kind of the driving factor there. Once I learned, I didn't get hired. Fucking surprise. I'm not personable.
Yeah.
However, the girl I was dating at the time did get hired. So thankfully, through her, like, we learned how to do all these types of things and what to look for. And then that just kind of opened up my window to a lot of different modalities that I just had to research and kind of find online. With Matt is very similar to like neurokinetic therapy, which is what I mostly align myself with as far as how I handle things. I don't think that any one system is best. I think that there's plenty of ways to handle these kinds of things. I like the lower intensity, lower risk, because it's easier to convince people in pain to subscribe to it than if it's something that's like, I know it hurts, but if you just work through this in a couple weeks, it won't hurt. That's a tough one to get people that are in bad pain to go along with, because they're afraid. Fear, the psychological part is very tough. But if I can get someone like, okay, you might have really bad back pain, we're just going to focus on working on your hip mobility right now. And then by the time we go back to whatever exercise at a light weight that was a trigger and it's not, they're like, oh, fuck, this shit works. And it's not that we did anything magical. We just took care of issues that created the back pain in the first place. So what I'm getting at here is whatever system that you're using, it needs to be sourcing problems instead of treating symptoms. And this is what specialists do for the most part. This is the fucked up part. This is what I do, and this is what brings about long-term results. I'm not the only one that does it, obviously. I learned from all these people online. But why are these assholes not taught to do this? Right? Why are these doctors, experts, not taught to source and handle these things? Why don't they care to do it? Your fucking job is to care for people, and you don't care. Well, you don't deserve the job.
Is it? Is that their job, or is their job fixing it, surgery? You see what I was saying? Like, what exactly is their job? Yeah. Right. And that's a rabbit hole, right? So
I don't want to go too far down.
No, you see where I'm going with that. So that's where you got to look at these other areas, because it's what follow the money. It's like one way leads more money than the other. So there's that other side. Then there's the other complexity that we're strength athletes, right? So we're outliers outside of what most people are going to see, right? So, and this is where it can get really, really weird. Well, before I get into this side, I think, as we were talking during the break, it's important for even the beginners to implement strategies like this, where to give a different example is, I got some big young intermediates that are out here now. They just did a meet. So I have like a rule that after a meet, no bars in their hands or their backs for X number of weeks. Do they need to? They're fucking 18. No, they don't need to, but they're going to.
It's a good thing.
It's a habit. Let's get this now. Yeah. And the same thing with what you're talking about. If you just establish it in the minimum capacity from the very beginning, it just becomes part of the process. With a lot of us, it wasn't. So then you're trying to add this in at a later time, where the complexity becomes even more difficult, because there's a certain degree of stiffness, say, you may need in your erectors when you squat or you deadlift. Because you know your body. But if it's too stiff, then you're going to have to release it, right? But you can't release it too much, because then it can be a problem. Yeah. That would suck to have to only start to learn this once you're already past fucked up. Yeah. It'd be better if, you see what I'm saying, to get a feeling for what it's like.
For sure.
Right from the jump. Now with yourself, how do you navigate that world? Right? Because certain things are going to be compromised probably forever, but it doesn't identify you or any of this other stuff, but it does dictate how you're going to go through a lot of these things. Otherwise you would never train. Right? Yeah. You would fail everything every single time. There's a degree of variance that you have to work within for yourself, which would be different than what somebody who doesn't have the accumulated repetitions or whatever you want to call it under their belt.
So for myself, I guess the best way to answer that is, I'm gonna work on something, and I may address it 2 or 3 times in the same session. If I can't get it to where I want it, I'll still test out the movements. So if I'm squatting that day, I'll start squatting, deadlifting, whatever. I'm still gonna give myself the chance to win. Even if I think I'll lose, I'm gonna give myself the chance to win.
To what point, though? Like, and how much would you work up until you decide this is not?
If I can't stabilize, or if there's pain that is going to get worse, so sharp,
Okay.
stabby, anything super nervy, like shit that ain't right. And if it gets worse set to set, save it for another day. If it's just kind of baseline and it stays that way the whole time, or it gets better, what's it worth to you? Are you in the middle of a training cycle, or are you in the off season? Right?
Yeah.
Am I willing to die right now for this lift? If I'm in the middle of the training cycle, probably yeah. If I'm in the middle of whatever my off season is, probably not.
That's with that one. But let's say now it's the stability part. What's that called?
If I can't stabilize, I'll get a sense, like when something is very unstable and I can't control it, it'll give me a sharp pain somewhere.
Okay.
Typically.
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot of things that I can't stabilize, mainly just around the shoulders. So like, let's say if it's a cuff issue or bicep tendons, a very common one, warming up raw usually will feel very rough, but then it's okay in the shirt. So if I know that, then maybe I won't take my last raw warm up. I'll work up to second to last, and then I'll jump in the shirt, and I'll use that as my feeler. And if that's all good, then I'll roll with it, right? So again, you have to find these ways to give yourself a chance to win.
Yeah.
You can't just write yourself off.
I think with that example you just made, because now we're kind of getting into my world there. You still have to note that you had to do that because it's a Band-Aid in sort, because something still needs addressed, where you don't want to make that the habit, because then what happens is you start not doing the last two.
Then you're the guy squatting in briefs, empty bar.
Yeah. Then your work, you see what I'm saying? Not only that, but your work capacity begins to drop down too. And your ability to stabilize begins to drop down a little bit too. Or you're the guy that's putting on, some kind of slingshot band type of thing with the bar,
Right.
and then, too soon. There's the right time and an early time, and then too. I didn't even understand what the fuck I just said, but I think you get what I'm saying.
I think if I had to super oversimplify this, if I couldn't work within the ranges that I would call general fitness, let's just say arbitrary numbers like 225 bench,
Yeah.
315 squat, 405 deadlift. If I couldn't get to those numbers and feel good and safe and secure about the lift, I'm probably not going to push it that day. Now, there were many weeks where I couldn't bench more than 225 leading into WPO. I don't even know what the fuck I fucked up, but I think it was something in the pec. The shoulder was just bad stabbing. I think I benched like 4 times that entire cycle. Like, I won't force the lift just because I know I have a meet coming. And I think that's where a lot of people get too pressured. And this is another thing about meet day. People get too pressured about meets. Like, dude, there's always another one. There's always, we can find one next month. Like, you'll be okay. Don't risk the rest of your career, your training time, because you felt pressured into doing something, especially if it was inflicted by yourself. Or like, if you're at a meet and you're not quite warmed up, I don't give a fuck what these guys are doing. I don't care if they said, if you want this weight, go ahead now while it's loaded. Do your warm-ups, do your shit, and I'm handling you. I'll fucking load your weight, I'll strip it down, and we'll work back up as needed.
Yeah.
Now, don't be that asshole that warmed up late and is holding everyone behind.
Oh, yeah.
But take your time to do things right the way that we did in training. Give yourself the time ahead of time. Know that meet day is chaos, and give yourself extra time.
For 95% of the people, that's true, that they can just pick another meet. For yourself, that's not true.
Not
because
so much.
you're not so much, right? So there's less room, but that's which carries higher risk.
So my only remark to that would be, I was comfortable going into WPO only having benched that many times.
Yeah,
I wasn't happy about it,
of course.
but I can't tell a beginner lifter to be comfortable with something like that. I can't even tell an intermediate lifter. They're going to be like 100 pounds off. Actually, I did get 100 pounds off my bench.
Yeah,
That was a different story. But
No, but your goal, I mean, you're going there for competitive reasons, which are at a level that's the only place you're going to find that competition, where it's at a higher level.
yeah,
Right. So not that 100 pounds off is a good thing. It's not, but it's a better choice at your level to do that than to go to the local meet 2 months later where there's no competition or anything else going on, in my opinion.
yeah,
Where at that other level, it's a completely different story.
yeah. I would agree.
Yeah.
But the main point was just like at some point, with enough experience, you should be able to develop that kind of, I guess, confidence.
Yeah.
In your ability. Not that you should be arrogant, but if you've done this 1,000 times, trust that you can do it 1,001.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's. I've spoken to a ton of lifters that almost same situation. Like something's fucked up, so they could only squat once a month the last 3 months, and then a lot of times they actually do better, because of that.
You're recovered.
Which makes you wonder, what should the frequency really be at that point, in somebody's career at that level?
Yeah.
Does it have to be every week, under these heavy lows, or should it be spread out more? I'll throw that at you. What have you found for yourself?
Definitely lesser frequent with the same movements of high intensity. So I don't feel the need to squat heavy every single week. I don't feel the need to bench heavy every single week. I love doing it, but it only sets me back. I might get 4 or 5 good weeks out of that, and then I start to decline. I'd rather not get that peak of happiness to be crushed.
Yeah.
I'd rather fucking hang out here where I'm content and I'm making gains and I can roll into the meet healthy. I think it's important to keep the CNS primed, but you don't have to do squat every week, right? If I'm heavy deadlifting one week, heavy squatting the next week, yeah, they're different movements, but they utilize a lot of the same body parts, and I'm still stressing the body with heavy fucking weight.
So what does that look like because you're still at Perfect Storm, right? Mm-hmm. So I assume you guys are all squatting on the same day, right? So it just becomes a light day. You see what I'm saying? So you just don't squat, but you help everybody else squat and you pull on that day, because now you're dealing with a crew, right? That there's ebb and flows of that, and everybody's using slightly different programs. I get that too. But that also can become a trap for a lot of people, to where they feel like they have to, push extreme all the time. Or are you guys pretty good about?
I think for the most part, just about everyone there has a coach, and especially like the ones that are mine, obviously I get to keep an eye on.
Sure.
Like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'll still lift heavy. I'm just alternating the lifts, right? So I'll deadlift heavy. And if I'm deadlifting heavy, yeah, I'm still helping the guys squat. Mm-hmm. If I'm squatting heavy and they're deadlifting, they're still helping me. So it's, it's still a very much so team environment there, and the flow goes pretty well. But as far as alternating the lifts, like I haven't really had any complications, except for where, there are days where it takes longer because you don't quite have enough hands to get 2 monos going at one time.
Yeah.
So there's only 1 mono going at a time.
Yeah. But do you keep it at every other week where it's switching, kind of like a Liller Bridge type of thing?
In general, yes. It depends on where my focus is. Like right now, I've really been struggling with my deadlift positioning. So I've placed more emphasis, more weeks deadlifting than I have squatting. I still will squat somewhat heavy. It just doesn't need to be max effort. Like I'm just getting primed in that same pattern, but I don't need to be pushing max effort necessarily. Mm-hmm. So I might take, 8 to 9, and then focus on my form work for deadlifts. And then the next week, maybe heavy deadlifts, no squats. And then back to my squat week. If I feel good and up to taking the heavy squats, then I'll probably do that. But it's just not, at this point, it's not set in stone every other week. It was pretty much up until like these last 2 training cycles, where I feel like I have to place this emphasis on my deadlift, or I'm not going to fucking get it moving where I want to.
Is there a secondary day during the week for the lifts?
Yeah, I base my training around my work schedule, so it'll fluctuate a little bit, but it's normally either 3 or 4 days after the heavy day will be my secondary lower. Usually a lot of that is hypertrophy, but if I feel like I need the extra technique work, like for my pulls, then I'll definitely add in, something for that, or I haven't squatted raw in a while, so I'll add in something for that. I like to keep up. This goes back to me competing in all the divisions. I just like to keep a very well-rounded base, raw gear, like different variations, different bars, just because I don't ever want to get too far removed from something that it feels foreign.
Are you putting unilateral work in there?
Every single session, there is something of some sort that's unilateral and offset, and particularly the more beat up I am, the more I'm going to focus on that. It's going to be less loading, so it's less likely to, do damage if I have some kind of injury going on. But in particular, I just struggled a very long time with my foot balance and the connection to the foot muscles. So getting that single leg stability has been one of my top priorities for like the last 8 years.
Okay. So it's not loaded in even the hypertrophy range. It's more just for movement.
As far as weight?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's more so time under tension and increasing range of motion to me are much more important than if I can do a 100-pound Bulgarian.
Yeah. So when you say time under tension, are you speaking per rep or for the whole set in general?
I'll modulate it. Sometimes I just want ultra slow shit.
Yeah.
And this is probably one of my least popular requests.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
I'll give them sloth step up, so like no momentum. I don't want any kick off the floor. I want like one of those freaky mobility. You start from the bottom, driving up kind of, for most people that can handle it. Someone, like you or I, probably not going to be feasible to do something like that. But for the ones that can, I want them to establish that early on so that they don't end up going down the road that we did.
Yeah.
But if I can increase a range of motion or increase my stability for more time, whether that's ultra slow tempo or just higher rep, it depends on the lifter. Most people I can't trust to do strict sets of 20, right? So I'll give them tempo.
Yeah.
I like high rep sets, and I'll do the same. I'm like a fucking machine. I'll do the same thing every single time. If I falter in form, it's probably because I fell over off the box.
Yes.
Like everything is almost identical every single time. But I get that not a lot of people can operate that way. Like the mental fatigue gets to people sometimes for higher rep as opposed to time under tension.
Yes.
So
for the bench days, how does that with, I got multiplying, there's raw stuff, right? Like, so the one question that you've probably been asked a million times is how often are you putting the shirt on, which it's an eye roll question because you don't really actually know until you're training for the meet. But in general, what would be the recommendation?
let's say I had an optimal setup for a training session.
Yeah. That's a good way to say it.
Everything went perfectly. I like 2 weeks in, 1 week out. So I may take both of those weeks obviously would be heavy because my shirts tend to be hard to work in with lightweight. The third week won't necessarily be raw. Sometimes it is, but a lot of times I might just use a slingshot or like raw reverse band or just something against chains, whatever it is. It's still effort-wise, the intensity is still up there, but it's not doing the same things to my joints. Like we talked about the difference in activating muscles with different biases. So I'm still working hard, but I'm not stressing the same things out in the same way all the time.
Okay. Now, outside of a meet, so how soon are you using this shirt year round?
If I feel like I need to get better in it, Yes, but
Okay.
particularly after a meet, I'll normally take 4 to 8 weeks off of heavy comp lifts. Normally, I'll throw in like a lot of front squats, or I'll start reintroducing overhead press, just things that I got away from that I feel like indirectly still aid the lifts and my mobility that I want to maintain. So intensity wise, it's still up there pretty good, but it's not like I'm out of gear typically, and I'm trying to normally lose like fucking 20 pounds of bloat that I put on throughout the training cycle. So it's my window for getting healthy and stressing the body, hopefully less. I don't think I always achieve that part. Actually, I don't always achieve the de-bloating either.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this time around it hasn't wanted to come off.
Yes.
But yeah, typically 8 or so weeks off out of the gear. If I have a meet already planned by that end of that window, then I'll probably get right back into it. If I don't have a meet planned, then I'll probably just start picking up the raw lifts in a comp fashion, but not necessarily straight bar, but still working on back squat, working on my raw lifts. And then at some point, if I just decide I want to work on my bench, because my bench sucks on the shirt, I'll add that back in. Or my deadlift technique is normally the one that I'll pick back up the soonest.
Yes.
Because that's the one I struggle with.
What's the accessory bench day look like?
Are we talking optimal again?
Yes.
All right.
Always.
As a general rule, I like 2 compounds. I like 2 to 3 isolations. And then I like something either for core and or shoulder stability. So it might be like a secondary day being like an overhead press and a JM if my elbows can handle it. And then I'll take like some delt, pec, and tricep work, maybe bicep. And then something normally for shoulder stability is where I like to pair with upper body days. So I'll try to incorporate the core. So some kind of overhead hold, carry, plank variation, something like that, where it's like I'm going to be challenging the body to help stabilize in a way that it will benefit me but not hurt me, even if I push to failure.
All right, now with those assessments that you're doing, those when you're going through the initial assessments to be able to get into the training, will that change what those supplemental exercises are going to be for that day at that point? Or do you wait to reassess after that lift to be able to see? Obviously, if you're going to do like the JM and it's light and your elbows up, you're going to pull out of that. But will you know that before you even get there from your assessments?
The elbows, not usually, although at this point it's pretty much a given, so I know because it's always hurting. But no, not too much necessarily from the assessments. Normally it'll be like, I'll know if something's going to hurt a shoulder or a hip, direct joints that we're testing. The elbow is a tricky little bastard because it's a hinge, right? But we also have a little rotation there. It's kind of like the knee. It's a hinge, but there's some rotation in there. So sometimes things you wouldn't expect can bother it. Like if your hip flexor's a little tight, suddenly I got this pain in my knee. My knee's not caving. I'm not walking weird. Like I can still do the lunge normal, but there's just a tension there and it hurts. You won't always pick things up like that. So a lot of times we just have to go like manually kind of tracing what the fuck is going on through the hip flexors, through the quads. Hamstrings might be overfiring or something like that. So it can get a little involved, and this is where it's tough to work with people from a distance. Like that aspect is very difficult, especially if they're not fully buying into the system at first. Yeah.
At this point in your career, how do you lay out your long-term meet strategy? And by this, what I mean is you're coming up in the sport, you want to get to the WPO, like 18 years trying to get to you know where that is, right? So then you're there and you got that. And then it's, well, I want to do it the next, or I want to win it. You know what I'm saying? So there's that strategy going there. And then, you blow your knee apart. well, then I need to come back for, then in your head, realistically, how many meets is this going to take to get back? Obviously, you're not thinking the first one's going to be that. I'm sure there were several, how many was it? Like, what was the first meet back and how much did you lift? Because I guarantee it wasn't coming back to squat a grand right away.
Unfortunately not. I tried my best to be as patient as I could with
Sure.
it, so I set limits. Like, I think that first meet back, Rick Lawrence meet, I took like 7. I just did a brief only knee wrap, 7, either 7 or 750. I was like, that's all I'm squatting. I don't even know. I think I just took 1 attempt and then moved on. The next meet, I want to say, was the one I did in Naples, and I think I set my limit for that one around 850. And there was probably, I can't quite remember, but it was less than a year apart, maybe 8 months or so. And then the next one after that, I just wanted to hit 9. So I was just incrementally working my way back up, more so for the mental aspect. There were some physical limitations there, like the Naples meet. I had like a real loud crunch on the way down with my second squat, and it swelled up afterward. And I was like, I mean, I'm obviously walking around. I didn't blow it out again, but something ain't right. And I just kind of let it naturally heal on its own, and it was okay. I think semifinals. No. So I got a 2 weeks out from WPO. I got the invite in 2019. I think it was 2019. But this kind of goes back to what you were talking about, not having a lot of time to train. I came in pretty healthy, so I did pretty fucking well. Honestly, I joked about it being the most successful two week meet prep. I had the notion, so I was kind of prepping for it regardless. Yeah. So, but yeah, that was the ongoing joke. Like 2 week meet prep. Yeah. My best meet in years.
Yeah.
And then 950 turned into 980 something, and then the next one is, I think, when I attempted the grand and missed that, and then the next WPO was when I got it.
Okay. So what I'm seeing is there's 3 big multi-year phases, right? Getting there, and then being, getting there, being there, then the recovery, right? So and now you're in this spot. Like, I think it's best that people have multi-year processes, right? So is that how you're operating now? Or are you operating on this? You end up in a real fucked up place. Like when Dan Bell was out here, I was talking to him about this. He's in this real fucked up place because you strive for something. Now you're here. And then what the fuck? Like, yeah, it's like you're used to, like, okay, this knee's trashed. It's going to probably take a few years to really get back to where I really want it to go. And that's the path. That's the journey. There's the motivation. Or I want to get to the WPO. There's the motivation. And maybe I want to win the fucking thing. There's the motivation. And now you're back here. What's that drive now? Or is it just, thank God I got another year?
I mean, that's definitely a big part of it. Like, I write in my post a lot, like, just fucking happy to be here, because I am, Yeah. There were definitely days where I didn't think it would happen. Yeah. Again, I wasn't gonna not give myself a chance to win, but it didn't always seem realistic. Yeah. I just knew I was gonna work my ass off either way. Yeah. Long-term goals at this point, I mean, I still want an all-time total. So until that happens, I'm not gonna not want it. Yeah. At 242. So there is still that kick in the ass drive. Yeah. I don't think there ever won't be. It may not be all time total, right? But I mean, you understand. Like, there's always going to be, there's some driving factor that we'll find something. Of course. To keep us going, right? Of course. Well, this is one place I fucked up. Right? Is I had those long journeys until I didn't. Then it's like, okay, this is like a bonus year.
you can do a lot of stupid shit in a bonus year. You know what I'm talking about. It's like, okay, this might be the last fucking shot I got at going back to seniors or whatever it's going to be. Then a lot of choices are made that aren't thinking like, where can this be 2 years further? Right? Where it took a couple of years for Louie to kind of like wrap my head around that this can be, because I was pretty much thought I was done before I came to Westside. Then each year there was like, okay, this is another one. This is like one fucking more year, one more year. And that's kind of a terrible place to be, because you do a lot of stupid shit because you're not thinking of, if I took 3 years. And then once he was able to kind of like reel it back and say, you do realize that you can get more than one more year out of this. And then the thought process changed a little bit.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to say it's impatience, but certain training sessions were pushed harder than they needed to be. They could have been pulled back, where after that kind of changed, then it was like, you know what, this stupid fucking suspended good morning max effort thing just ain't fucking worth it today. I can't justify it if it even helps in the first place. Secondly, I don't care if everybody else beats me, because this isn't about this day. It's about that long, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or have you already have you avoided getting in that spot?
I think because I'm so long-term oriented, I probably haven't ever gotten there.
Okay.
Like I said, even when I blew out the knee, it was never like, oh fuck, I might not be able to do this. It was just, at some point, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work and it may be far away. I'm just putting my head down and doing it. So I don't like that. I feel like kind of the mindset that you're talking about is like almost recklessness, I guess.
It is.
Right?
It's 100%.
So I'm just going to go fucking ham on this and not think about the next week, month, year, whatever it might be, because those are the same types of things that like these guys and girls get into early on in training, and they see a lot of progress with because they're new, and then they think that they can carry that over. And it's like, we're 2 weeks out from a meet, you just PR'd something and you just fucked this meet.
Yes.
I hope, I'm glad you got your PR, and I'm glad that we were able to showcase that strength. But would you be happier if it had happened on meet day? Probably. Right? And that's a tough one to teach people, but I'm sure early on I was like that.
Yeah.
Probably.
I think you may have to, that might be when you have to experience to learn, because it's, actually I think Anthony talked about how you fucked him up at Westside on one of the podcasts you did with him, because you came in to squat and it fucked his head all up. So he did like his week 3 wave on week 1, and it ended up fucking up the whole rest of the training cycle. And that's I really think you only learn that by doing it. Because then afterwards you're like, was it really fucking worth that one day in the gym?
Right.
Yeah. Which I guess that can pivot into a question here. When you came in, because you were trained at Westside for a couple weeks, I gotta think of how to re-ask this question. What were the takeaways from you being there that you would still use now?
I don't think I have a good answer to that question, because I basically went with Coker. And we were just allowed to do whatever the fuck we wanted, right?
Yeah.
We just more or less hit max effort squats, and I think I benched one time. But at that point, it wasn't a super structured thing. There was a few of the guys that were doing the same thing, and then Coker and I. Now on the lighter day, like the speed squat day, I think you're referencing with Anthony, I think we were all pretty much doing that same thing, and I just jumped in with whatever weight and setup they had going on. But talking to Lou, I think he was a bit past the point of really coaching. So that I didn't have a great fucking time, and it, like, you know, Chuck V here, Lou there, and, you know, Coker was one of my best friends. I got, you know, one of my best friends now out of Anthony, and it was just like, it was a hell of an experience. Training wise and, you know, thought process wise, there wasn't a lot to come of that.
With you training in crews pretty much your whole career, what do you think are the biggest advantages of that, right? Because you've been raw, I'm changing my question now. You've been raw and you've been in gear. I can see the benefit of being in a crew with gear. What is the benefit of being in a crew when you're raw?
I mean, the safety factor is the obvious one, right? I can lift a lot more fearlessly if I know my guys have my back.
Yeah.
Because you never know when some shit's going to happen. It's not even just about injury. Like, I have blacked out. I can't even count how many times. A lot. Like probably 50.
Yeah.
So, you know, if I did that with even 225, like, that could fucking kill me. So, just having the safety factor is a big driving one for me, because I know how quickly bad things can happen, even with lightweight. But two, just having another set of eyes to see you from different angles, you know, because I didn't get into filming things till, I don't know, maybe, what year is this, 23? I'd say around 2015. And even at that point, it was only when I trained with my guys at CTX, because I didn't have a camera worth using. So I didn't have the visual feedback, you know, so I would rely on my guys that I trust to, you know, your knee was doing this, or you were too upright, or whatever it was. You know, so just getting real-time feedback and not having to, like, look at a video and I can only see this angle from the video, whereas I might have 6 different guys that see 6 different things that I could have corrected or done a little differently or whatever. So there's a ton of benefit to having a crew. Honestly, the only thing I can think of that's not a benefit is just it takes longer to train.
Yeah. But my pushback on that is, if you don't have there's a lot of mindset out there that the frequency has to be heavy 3 times a week, right? Where I don't necessarily believe that's true. I think if you have a really good crew, the frequency of one heavy time per week can be far more maximized if you got people with eyes that know what they're looking at to be able to give that feedback right then, which, if the frequency of the 3 times a week is so much better, which I'm not too sure it is, would be outweighed by having that one frequency being coached to a higher standard. If that makes sense, you know, that's assuming that you have eyes that can at least point things out, right? That's not always to say that they're going to point out the right things, but if you're an experienced lifter over a period of time, just the fact that they pointed one thing out is going to make you question what that thing is, right? It may be the opposite, you know what I'm saying? They may be telling you need to pull your head up, right? But either way, you're going to be thinking, well, where is my fucking head?
Right.
You know, so you get where I'm going with that. So I think that benefit there on that time is, how are you going to measure the metric of that time if that time's 3 hours 3 times a week because of the higher frequency of the heavier loading compared to the 5 hours on a one Saturday? Because to me, that'd be less time. Right.
I mean, I can't even fathom trying to train heavy 3 times a week. But
I can't either, but there's I know, but
but I mean, I would imagine that's not a geared lifter.
No.
Right. So it wouldn't even make sense to do that and multiply.
No, I would say it would be impossible.
Yeah. But even if that was the thing, you could still train in a crew. Your crew may not be doing the same thing as you, hopefully, because they're smarter, but that doesn't mean that you can't train with a crew, right? Maybe 2 of the days your crew's there, and then the third day you're solo or whatever, or you just find another crew to train with the third day. I don't know, but yeah, I don't like the idea of training alone. The energy's low. Maybe it's just my fucking energy. My energy's low by myself. I do a handful of my workouts, sometimes alone, especially deadlift, where I don't really need a lot of help. And I don't mind it. It's just not nearly as intense. It's not as enjoyable without that kind of atmosphere. Yeah.
What are some of the funnier stories that you have from Perfect Storm?
From Storm specifically, I don't really think of anything off the top of my head. If you don't mind, going back to the Westside experience, that speed squat day that Anthony's referencing, I had bloated up like 14 pounds in 4 days. So that's when I hit the 264. Obviously, that was uncomfortable. My fucking back pumps were through the roof, and my gear didn't fit, right? So the only thing I brought was my deadlift suit, and I was trying to do my speed squats in that. And it's a stiff-ass suit, which is now too small because I'm 264. So we're halfway through these speed squats, and I'm like, this Bob Evans is about to come out, and I'm stuck. Like, I can't get out of this suit. So I look over at Anthony. I'm like, bro, you gotta give me a fucking hand now. So we wrench me out of the suit, and I'm double over with these back pumps, and I go to the bathroom, and it was so bad that I was still stuck on the toilet long after I was done. And by the time I gathered up the energy to move, I still couldn't stand up. So I laid down on the floor for like another 20 minutes. So I'm in the bathroom for like 45 minutes, 50 minutes. They're like, you all right in there? I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I'll be on a minute. Yeah. And I'm just like on this fucking Hep C floor. Like, God, this is terrible. Like, I hope they got bottles of penicillin in the back. Like, this is fucking, but the pain was so bad. I couldn't care.
What was the point of the 14 pounds of bloat?
It wasn't intentional. I just wasn't used to eating Bob Evans. I went out to breakfast with him, and 1,600 calories at 5 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. My body wasn't used to that. So it was just tons of calories and sodium first thing. It just sucked it right up, and all went to my face and my hips apparently. But after I crawled out of the bathroom, it was snowing a little bit, so I was like, all right, well, maybe the cold will dissipate. So I'm just out there on someone's hood, like laying on my chest, letting the snow fall on my back. That didn't help. I crawl back inside, and I'm like, I'm gonna fucking catch pneumonia, and lay over a bench for like another 15-20 minutes. Sure enough, a year or so later, I catch this video of Lou talking about how his guys work harder than anyone else, and the system and this and that, and most people can't keep up. Had this real strong 220, came to the gym, and we put him in the ground. I was just like, this fucking guy. But that's just how he was. So maybe that was the tactic, right? To just bloat everybody up without them knowing it. Well, if you ask him, he wanted everyone 30 to 40 pounds heavier. He told me,
oh, I know that
265 to 270 is where he'd like to see me. I said, Lou, like, I can barely walk around now at 250. Like, this is very uncomfortable. Mm-hmm. But that's why when you mentioned about the CPAP story where he didn't like it when everyone would start using it and put on weight, I'm like, but doesn't he always want everyone to be bigger?
To a point.
Yeah.
To
I guess
that
not
point.
super heavy, big.
Yeah. But. Which is that. When did you decide that you had to reel that back? Now, obviously, you felt
that moment.
I know that, but you've had to feel close to like that before, even as you've gained weight over the years. Maybe not that bad, but close to it. So at some point, it's like, look, I gotta keep it at say 242 instead of 275.
I mean, I never intentionally try to put on weight. It's just I've let it naturally happen over the years. The only time I've tried to control it is when I keep it lower. So I'll just do my best to maintain, and like fucking magic, every 2 or so years, I'll throw on like an 8 or 9 pounds. I'm like, well, that wasn't the goal, but it's not coming back off, and I don't look fat, so maybe it was good weight. I don't know. But definitely after I got, I don't know, 240 probably was the tipping point where I feel like it was more and more frequently uncomfortable being big. It's not like I'm big, but I'm big enough that it makes it uncomfortable to be on planes or put my fucking shoes on, or just normal things that shouldn't be uncomfortable for someone my size. So it's just a sign to me, like, all right, I'm bigger than my body wants to be, and I'm uncomfortable. Like, that's the defining factor where I decide I don't want to be this big. Now, there was a point where I felt like that at 210.
Yeah.
And so it's like when you reach a new level, your body has to acclimate to it. And eventually, that first weight that was a monumental weight for you feels normal. It's not uncomfortable.
Yeah. Years ago, did you see that as like a badge of honor to like not be able to fucking tie your shoes?
No, I was never. I mean, we joked about it, but
Yeah.
I was never quite. I didn't buy into that. Bigger is better.
Yeah.
Ever. I never liked it.
Yeah. Because there was that was for a while the consensus, at least with the groups I was around. Like, if you couldn't, I can you'll like this one. I can distinctly remember that you know that you're gonna start getting stronger, that you're ready for the meet when you can't get the bar on the bench to touch your chest by itself,
Right.
because you're so stiff and tight. And even then, I'm like, because I've had reoccurring pec tears before that, I'm like, this doesn't sound right, but fuck it, I guess I'm in for it. Then I would. Or the other one was the squat. That no, it wasn't the squat. I'm forgetting there was another really fucked up one like that. Like I can't remember what it is right now, but it was just about as stupid as what that was at the time.
Yeah, a lot of ours were just like about putting on shoes and stuff like that, and we joked about coming out with a version of Chucks that had Velcro.
Yeah.
We're going to call them Quick Chucks.
Quick Chucks.
But yeah, no, I'd never been a fan. Even once I crossed over, like, I developed sleep apnea, as far as I know, more or less when I crossed over about 200 pounds. I think I was 22 or so. So ever since then, I was just like, fuck being big, man. Like, I'm all for putting on productive size, but even now, I don't try to be bigger, because we all know, like, there's an extent where it's just, even if it's lean weight, it's just stress on the heart, on the joints, on everything. So I don't like the idea of making that worse than it needs to be. But I think one of the other lines in the sand that I draw are like blood pressure. Like I said, I blacked out a lot in training, and there's just a certain feel, like I can tell when it's so high that I feel unwell. That's a problem. I'm not a big guy. I shouldn't feel like this. So
this will circle back to what we were talking about before we started the podcast, is some people's definition of this being all in. And just a little bit ago in the podcast, you were saying there's a certain point in the training cycle that you're willing to die to be able to make it to the meet, which I don't doubt in any way. That mindset's definitely going to be there, but it has to be all encompassing, right? You know what the risk benefit ratio is of everything that you're doing, but there's also mitigation factors that can go into play, that if those are mitigated, then it's going to make the performance better, right? High blood pressure, yes, that can be, a cause of being heavier and all these other kind of things, but it can also be mitigated, right? High blood pressure on, coming out of a squat and you pass out, guess what? You don't get the squat. If you pass out on the way down, you don't get the squat. To it is extreme, then, or you fucking kill yourself. You can't compete if you're dead. There's another factor that kind of goes with all that. But where I've seen the breakdown in that all in quote is it always seems to be convenient with the risk that they like to take, not that the risk that they actually should take. Like they're all in as long as they can just pound tons of fucking trend. They're all in for that, but they're not all in for trying to keep the blood pressure under control.
Yeah.
They're all in for going fucking heavy all the time, but they're not all in for making sure they can keep the mobility to actually get the range of motion that they're going to need to be able to compete in or to train long enough to stay healthy.
All for the easy way.
Yes.
Easy way with hard work.
Yes.
Not the hard way with the hard work.
But it short changes them I've seen it every time. It short changes them every time.
Yeah.
Where if they're really all in, then they're going to be all in to be able to do the things that are hardest for them to do. Right. So for me, one of the hardest things for me to do would be just the basic mobility type of shit that I had to keep. While that's simple for fucking almost everybody in the world, not for me, because I just fucking hate doing it.
Yeah.
Right. But if you hate doing it, it's probably the thing you need to do.
That's what I was pulling out of that is if you're all in, you're doing the things you don't want to do.
Yes.
The things you don't like to do that make you better. Because if you're not doing those, then I don't want to hear shit about it being all in.
Yes.
There's not. You know, if you haven't exhausted every option to be optimal, and optimal doesn't just mean you're strongest, it means able to perform at the highest level, then you're not all in. Right?
No, I agree 100%.
And, you know, I get it. Like, life fucking gets busy. We fall into this and that and get distracted and whatever. Like, shit happens. You don't have to be all in all the time. But in the grand scheme of things, over the course of a training cycle, on average, you need to be fucking all in if you're going to optimize.
Yes. Well, I could push back on that and say that having those downtimes is being all in all the time, because without those, you burn out and you can't perform well.
Yeah.
You know, so it is that, you know, where do you want to, what's the objective? Where do you want to be, you know, an X amount of period of time?
Those are my toughest. That's my struggle with all in, is taking the downtime. For sure.
But you've seen in other people and yourself what happens when you don't. And just knowing you from talking to you today, because it's hard, you're going to do it.
I'm pretty good about finding other things. Like I said, I'll hyper focus on something. So
Like bowling with whiskey.
that's recreational. I like strongman stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm not very good at it. So I can't really push it to a highly competitive level. Not to say I couldn't get fucked up doing it, but I'm bad enough at it that it tends to keep me pretty safe. Like when I would take off season from powerlifting because my knees were too fucked up, I would go to strongman and I could still get that heavy stimulus and work at conditioning a little bit, which I also hated doing. But if it was strongman, it's heavy conditioning and it doesn't suck as much as walking, right? So I'm very good at finding other things to still achieve this goal while looking at this goal to make them coincide.
Yeah. Your personality may be the answer to this, but powerlifting is full of drama. It's always been full of drama. You've been around it for over 2 decades. It's never going to change. I'm sure it comes into the gym. You hear it in the gym. I'm not going to say how do you deal with it, because I'm pretty sure you just don't give a fuck. How do you help other people that you're training with not let that become a stimulus that, because to me, if they start getting stressed out about that, then now that becomes something they need to recover from, because they just can't break the fucking cortisol buzz that, you know, that they're getting because they want to bitch about this and this with whatever this federation, or did you see this or did you see that? Do you even bother trying to like talk them off the ledge and tell them not to worry about it? Or is there advice that you give them to just kind of leave it be?
I mean, on that particular front, I haven't had a whole lot of, not that we haven't discussed it, but no one's like terribly upset about it.
All right.
You know, a lot of us are just, we're in there to do the work. We're going to do the work regardless, and there will be another meet regardless of what federation is. So like, there's not really drama in the gym like that.
Yeah.
And I would just say, if I had someone that was undergoing something like that, fucking focus, man. Like, we're here to do something. I need you to focus. When you walk through that door, there's nothing on this side that was on that side. Keep that shit out there. Focus while you're here. You can go back to that if you want when you leave. It's just a lot of it is a focus thing. But
Yeah.
thankfully, most of our crew are very thick-skinned. We like to bullshit. We like to have a good time, but we're also very driven. So we're like-minded in that sense, and it just makes for it's a smooth environment.
Yeah. Well, that's the environment. But what I'm talking about is, yeah, they can keep it on the outside, but when they're indulged so much into it on the outside that it creates stress that they have to recover from instead of just actually chilling out and recovering, then it's detrimental. You know, politics could be the same way. I mean, there's a lot of other distractions which could be the same way, which is actually pulling their focus away, or they could just be over focused on powerlifting all the time. And then that becomes that stimulus as well.
That's probably me.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't fuck with politics, man. I don't get into sports. I don't like to be involved in a lot of things where stress can come about.
Sure.
You know, it's
So then where do you put your time and focus?
clients.
Yes. And continuing education.
Endless save posts that I never get to catch up on. Yeah. Just, learning more modalities of how to correct things, learning more modalities how to avoid pitfalls.
All right. Would it be safe to say that if you wanted to get into the drama associated with powerlifting or even just politics and all this other stuff in general, that you just don't have the time because it's being put into the clients and your own continuing education?
For the most part, I mean, it's not like I haven't had issues with feds in the past. Right?
Yeah.
I don't have a whole lot of personal ties to any kind of the shit that's
Sure.
going on, but I mean, in general, I didn't like the Fed in the first place.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like it was some kind of heartbreak to me, like, oh, this was my chosen I have no allegiance to a federation.
Yeah.
I have allegiance to competition and doing the best that I can. And that's it. It's
Yeah.
that simple.
I'm not trying to walk you down a road to like pit a federation against a federation. What I'm trying to display is you're too worried about your own self-improvement and the improvement of your clients to have the time to even give a fuck about all those things. So if somebody has the time to give a fuck about all those things, I would question if they're actually putting the time into their work and themselves that's required to be able to become the best that they can possibly be.
I mean, it's hard for me to imagine having free time. Everyone's like, well, what do you do in your free time? I'm like, well, I don't have that. If I did, I would sleep, honestly. But if I had someone, undergoing some bullshit like that, that's a fucking personality trait. You gotta see a fucking therapist and handle your own shit. Like you're too involved in this thing that's not a crucial part of your life and your well-being and even your training. Whatever's going on over there isn't gonna affect you right here in your bubble. Then don't fucking worry about it.
Yeah.
But prioritize what's important to you, right? Because at the end of the day, whatever's going on over there isn't really affecting you, unless you're the one under question,
Which you're not.
Right.
In
that case, you're going to need a lawyer. Yeah.
That's a good point. You'll know when it affects you, right? Yeah. No, that's a good point. Were there any topics or you wanted to discuss that I didn't bring up? I think you asked on your Instagram if people had any questions or topics.
Yeah. So one of the questions was like, how do you decide like when to pivot and seemingly, still do productive things, even though it might seem random. And we kind of touch on this as far as like the assessments and how to guide your accessory work. Let's just say like there's a day in there where maybe everything seemed like it was going perfectly well, and then you get to your first work set or somewhere along the way, It's just like, fuck, man, this isn't working. I would say if you're able to, in that moment, run through some things real quick and you think that you can make a correction, or you think that it was just like a simple mistake, something you were not doing, and this goes kind of back to having the confidence. If you do it 1,000 times, you could probably do it 1,001. If it's not one of those cases, then I would say just like cut your losses and move on to something that is going to help productively work on that. So let's say like my hip mobility is junk, so I can't squat correctly. I get to the hole, things fall apart. I'm not just going to go and hit some abs and go home. Like, I'm going to work on this thing. Like, I had already dedicated this block of time to being in the gym. Maybe I didn't squat the last 30 or 45 minutes. That gives me that time that I can work on this. I'm not going to be at a piss poor attitude and just fucking take my ball and go home, right? Fix the problem, or at least try to. You know, be productive with it. Learn to remove emotion from your training, and you'll be so much more productive, or at least happier, right? If you don't have the drawbacks that are associated with when things don't go smoothly.
Yeah, that's removing your emotion from your training is another big one.
And I get that a lot of people use emotion to their advantage in training and in competing and stuff like that. And that's great, but you also need to learn to reel it back in when it's negatively affecting you. And this isn't just training, right? This is anything in life. Like we're just talking about politics that don't even affect me. If those are negatively affecting me, I got some inner work to focus on, as well as probably external. But those are things that, you can work on yourself, or possibly see a therapist if you can't figure it out or whatever, but be productive with your time. Don't get pissed off and just say, I'll come back tomorrow. I've had, a handful of lifters that were just like, doesn't feel good, I'll come back tomorrow. Don't fucking come back tomorrow. You don't feel good today, I don't want you in here tomorrow, unless it's active recovery or something. But we're not, there's no redo. Do you think your body is going to forget what you just did to it tomorrow? It's going to be more pissed off tomorrow than it is today. So I don't like that makeup mentality. I like focus on fixing the problem. We're not trying to make up work. Just because you didn't do something on the paper doesn't mean that you're not going to make progress. You don't have to do everything that's on that sheet of paper to get better. Sometimes less is more. Sometimes different is more.
Yeah.
Very, very few cases. Sometimes more is more, but not common, right? So just better learn to prioritize your actions based on a more objective outlook and less emotional, I think is important.
Yes. Any other questions that worth posted to you?
Well, someone asked what I thought about band shirts.
That's fine.
It's not, I don't know why everyone feels like I'm against band shirts. I think it's because I say that it doesn't take near the amount of experience or technique. It fucking doesn't, man. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not taking anything away from the lifters. That'd be like me talking down about a raw lifter because they lift raw and they don't training gear. I don't care. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing bad about it. I'm just saying I don't like the comparison unlimited to multi because it's not the same.
Yeah.
That's my only drawback.
I think that before they created the unlimited division, there was probably more people upset about it because it was impacting totals.
Yeah.
Right. And since it created the unlimited division, it's not changing the totals. Right. Where I could, because it's been an interesting thing, where I've heard like, it's like, here I'm the judge and I've heard both sides. And it's like, oh, I get that. It's, because when I came in, it was fucking Enzer blast shirts that I didn't even, 15 pounds wasn't worth the fucking armpit damage it was creating. Just hurt like a bitch.
I got 11.
11? You got 11? Those are terrible, man. You're claustrophobic as fuck. You're popping your shoulder out of joint.
I bled every time.
Yeah, it's like, fuck it. I just squat more. Like, no.
I'll bench roll and squat 20 more pounds.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of that really seems to have died down with that unlimited thing, because I could see if somebody's getting 200 pounds and then adds 200 pounds on somebody's all-time total.
Yeah.
That's a little, I can see where they're coming from with that. And Brian was the first one that, it might have been the podcast I was doing with him and we were talking about it. And I'll use the shit in my training, just not the shirt, just the whatever you want to call it. I call it a sling zing thing, whatever the hell it is.
Right.
You know, is an overload after I do my raw work, which isn't fucking really strong, but it gets a little stronger each time. But anyhow, he's the one that I don't know, cause you know, fucking Brian, like he's like an asshole, not an asshole all at the same time. You know, I think he came out and he asked me like, well, how long did it take you to figure the shirt out? And I'm thinking, dude, I never fucking figured it out. You know, it's like, so what, like 5 years? Like how long? It's like, it takes most people fucking years to figure it out. Right. It says, you know, you can figure one of these things out like a couple months, you know, maybe if it's super, super duper, you know, jacked up or whatever it is, 4 months. I'm like, 4 months? Like, fuck it. Then I'm like, oh, I get what it's a skill, the skill, right? That's part of what I loved about the whole multiply powerlifting. And it kind of crept up on me because it wasn't multiply when I started, you know, it just became what it became. Yeah. I wish it would have became sooner, because then Louie would have fucking let us train in the gear instead of not fucking using it at all in training. But so it became this other weird ass thing, and kind of lost my train of thought with where I was going with this whole thing. But fuck, I did completely lost it.
So the very last part of what I was going to say is, like, I do agree that it takes much less technique and effort, and I think that's where a lot of people feel like it's not as respectable, because you didn't do your time. And now I sound like one of those fucking old bastards.
No, I know where you're going.
I'm not trying to say that, but I feel like that's where some of the negative connotation comes from our multiply guys.
Yeah, and now I know what I was going to say is learning the skill of the gear, it's not easy, right? Because you have to be strong. You have to be at the strength level high enough to be able to actually use it, which is usually like over 80% of what your best strength is, or 90% of your best. You got to be within a very short window of what your max is. And that's really, it's not even fucking possible to do that all year round, right? Unless you're going to blast shit all year round, and nobody wants to do that either. So you have these weird windows to be able to even work the skill, but then the lifter that may not have the same genetic gifts as somebody else can beat that other person just because their skill is better, which is how almost every other sport works, right? Like the better skilled person can beat the better genetically gifted person just on the skill attribute being better.
Yep.
And that became this equalizer in powerlifting as I was coming through. It's like, for a while, I was like, fuck, you can't beat some of these people because they're just physically fucking way stronger and way more gifted. But wait, you know, if they're not going to learn how to effectively use this shit, and I can use this shit, then I can beat them, knowing, yes, I know they're fucking stronger, but they're not better on the platform because they didn't do their work, right? And that work's not easy to do when it's a fucking bench shirt that takes your max to touch in, you know, so
that's probably my favorite thing about powerlifting, is that there's so many demands, there's so many opportunities to be good at it, even if you're not good at a few of them. Like the gear in general, like you're saying, is a very big skill to learn, but once you do, it really sets you apart. And this goes back to what we were talking about when I said I didn't like being big early on, because I knew I didn't need to be if I was good. I can outlift bigger lifters as long as I'm good at what I do. And the other thing too, going back to what you were saying about training wisely and coming in healthier, I can outlift. I have outlifted many guys that are stronger than me. I will never not admit when someone's stronger than me, just because I was either better prepared or I was a better technician. Now, what matters at the end of the day, right? Who who fucking stands on first place.
That's the sport.
I don't care if you're stronger than me. I won. Right?
Yes.
Good for you. Like, that's fucking impressive. But this is what I don't want to be the strongest. I want to be the best.
That's what I've always loved about the sport, because you got to first off, you got to figure out how to optimize the training, which is a caveat in itself. Now you got to figure out how to optimize the training with gear, right? Then you got to figure out how to optimize where you should be, what weight class, where's the leverage is. Then you got to figure out how to go in the least beat up, right? I don't want to say go and not beat up, because that's a fallacy, right? It's a fallacy, and nobody's going to convince me otherwise. But you can go in least beat up, and then all of a sudden, if all these things play out well, you beat people that you're like, sorry, dude, but because you did the right things.
Yeah.
Where that person that doesn't do a lot of the things that we were talking about throughout this whole podcast either gets hurt, gets burned out, gets overtrained, and ends up, instead of being an obvious first place winner, bombs out.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, a lot of the times all you had to do is make it through the meet and you beat half the people, just for that reason alone.
Right.
They don't get through the squats. They don't get through the bench because they don't know how to pick attempts, because their ego's in the way. There's all these other things that play into it, where if you just, like you just said a little bit ago, if you just focus on yourself, which you need to do, stack things the right way, let the cards fall where they fall.
People will trip themselves. So I don't know how many times you've spoken with Tommy from Perfect Storm, but she was there, I think the 2-week cycle, WPO, and she kind of made note, like, I'm on the ground doing dead bugs. It's, convention center, I'm on the concrete floor over here doing dead bugs. We look over, and there's like guys in their suits already squatting 4 plates. And she just looks at me, and she looks at them, and, I'm over there taking my time, doing my things right, sticking to the plan. And like we were talking about with the projections, I was the second squatter. I'm not used to being the second squatter. It was Mark Tejero, fucking 148, and then me. I was just like, after the squats, I forget what place I was in. Like, it wasn't very good. I don't think it was even top 10 at that point. But then by the end of the meet, I think I had pulled up, maybe it was either 3rd or 4th place that year. So it was just like, if you do your thing and stick to the plan and don't let other people play games with you, then they can't. Right?
Even if it doesn't fall in a high placing, you still walk away with something more important, and that's you did better than what you did your best for that day.
Yeah.
It sucks when you walk away and don't think, that you did the best that day.
That is the most important thing to me. Like, winning meets early on was important, but honestly, if I do poorly and I won, I don't care. I'm not happy. It doesn't make sense for me to be happy to beat someone. Like, early on, it was instilled in me by my coach in high school. We don't want the other team to do poorly. We want them to do their best, and then we beat them. I don't want to take a win just because someone did a terrible job.
Yeah.
So even if I didn't do well and I wouldn't lie, I'd be happy if I fucking won WPO. But if I didn't do my best, I would still be upset.
Yeah.
Because that means I'm not making progress, right? And that's what leads to the end.
Yes, or at least the beginning of a new path, right? Because you could say blowing your knee out could be the end, right? But it could just be the next path. But ultimately, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
That you keep going down that road over and over again. Then you got to try to figure out, like, what the hell are you doing? Is the time to reassess. Yeah, definitely reassess. What's the best way people can get a hold of you?
Currently through social media, either on Facebook, Daniel Tinajero, or on Instagram, the Daniel Tinajero. I'm not that conceited, just Daniel Tinajero was already taken. so I had to throw the on there. But yeah, typically that's the easiest way. Emails get buried, so
Yeah.
don't bother.
All right. All the links are in the description. I want to thank you for coming out. This has been great.
I'm honored to be here, man. I was super happy.
All right. And we're done.
If we're lowering our weight, passive tension is usually coming from a couple of places. Passive tension will be coming from titin, which is a very large protein molecule that runs through the sarcomere. And we also have the slow detachment rates that are happening between actin and myosin. So you have that combination